Yeah, I don't know how to play. I mean, draw is also good. The win is also good, of course. Everything is good. We just play chess. I mean, everyone try to play for win.
Fair point. Alexander, from your perspective, do you agree with this assessment?
Yes, of course. It's happened. Maybe somebody win.
No. But that's it. You don't feel that you're under pressure, that you're playing the best you could, and you don't want to take unnecessary risks, so to speak.
I mean, Alexander, he in first game, yeah, against Maxim, absolutely winning position. He missed. Today he got bad position. It is not nobody play very solid. Just one day good position, one day bad position. But yesterday I had better position against Maxim, better draw. I mean, last one.
So it's down to luck.
Before I played Young, bad position again draw. I mean, it is not normal draws like 10 moves or 20. Every day somebody got good position, but finally it's draw. I think the next rounds will be something.
And just finally to ask you, how big of a percentage is luck in games at this level? How big of a percentage is it in the overall outcome?
I know, for me, my luck is bad. I mean, in chess, I mean, I lose many games winning position, but normally, when strong chess players play chess, I mean, its percent is not lucky, is not big percent. I mean,
not a big
when
factor.
Two big chess players. When it's young chess players played, of course, is luck is 90%. I mean, maybe they can miss every move every time. Who will he will do mistake in last time? He will lose. I mean, in our chess, in good level, luck is not
a factor.
Yeah,
important factor.
Yeah. Of course, sometimes yes, but it's 90% is more important how you play chess.
Good. Well, thank you both very much, and good luck there. Thanks. I say. We're joined by Grandmasters Nikita Vityugov and Abin Tabatabai, who just finished their game. The game was finished in a draw. Mr. Nikita, would you like to take us through the key moments of the game?
It was an end game, quite a popular one. I mean, it's not easy to get in trouble with white in this end game, but I managed to do it well, and somehow, I mean, I can't explain what I was doing at the board, because I feel that I started to play only when I realized that I was about to totally lose the control. So, and somehow I survived. So, I mean, I'm very happy with the result. But of course, my play was just poor today.
I mean, how did Nikita manage to survive? What happened?
Yeah, I'm sort of agreed with Nikita. I think at some point he played very strangely. First he started day 4, and then, I mean, f4 idea was quite interesting, but once I managed to get my knight to d6, then black is more than fine, I think. There was just one critical moment, which I think I missed my chance. I mean, obviously not winning, but I had some chances when I played bishop b4, I think, which was a mistake. I think I should have gone knight e8, but I was considering here rook e1.
Yeah.
I think the trick was rook e1, and if bishop b4, e4 here.
e4,
yeah. That's a rook e1, I think here knight f6. So bishop f5?
Not really, I mean, knight f3. I was thinking about knight f3 here.
Okay, but then I could get a knight g4 maybe.
Yeah,
I think it's better version.
Could be, no, I mean, yeah, because, but in the game it looked quite promising for you, yeah, I mean...
Yeah, but
yeah, somehow.
The problem is that, so, when I played bishop b4 and then knight d6, like, then after he played knight h4, then I cannot really move my knight. I mean, I have a very beautiful position, but I cannot do anything.
It's beautiful like a picture, but nothing more, it's
exactly. Yeah, but I mean, in general, like making draw with black against Nikita is obviously a very good result. I think I played a decent game, and I really cannot complain.
Okay, Nikita, obviously you're not that happy with how you played today, but overall, how do you feel about your form and performance? Your form, sorry, not the performance.
I mean, it's we are in the middle of the tournament, and the only thing that matters here is to qualify to the semi-final. So we will see. I mean, all of us we have some chances at this point, and I think we will fight for this place.
I mean, how is it with you? In the previous two interviews we did, you weren't happy with your time management, and you said
Yeah, actually today I was very happy with the time management.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask.
I was playing with a very good flow, and I was playing quite smoothly.
So you feel that
So
you're
I really hope I keep doing it in the next 3 rounds.
Okay, that's great. Well, thank you both so much, and good luck.
Hello and welcome to Belgrade Grand Prix. Second leg of FIDE Grand Prix Series 2022. Today we start the second half of the qualifications, so fourth round. Pairings are the same as round 1 but with colors reversed.
Yep.
And yeah, that's pretty much it. So in the first round, to recall, we had half of the games finished with the win.
Decisive result, yeah.
Yeah, with the win of one of the sides. Well, big expectations for today as well. Right, that is the cross tables, the standings. Well, the easiest to comprehend is Pool D, where everything is drawn till that point, so kind of first half sort of erased. All draws. Today we expect them to start playing. Pool B, perhaps, is the second easiest to understand. Anish Giri leading with 2.5, 1 point clear of Nikita Vitugov, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Then in Pool C, it's a tie thanks to the win of Richard Rapport. So it's a tie between him and Vidit. 2 out of 3, 1.5 of Fedoseev. Those 3 players are fighting for qualification, it looks like. And for Pool A, it's pretty much the same.
As Pool C, right?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. It's only that Andreikin and Sam Shankland, they didn't play a decisive game against each other.
Yeah.
So they both won against Grishuk, who would have expected, and they made 2 draws. So 2 points for Andreikin and Shankland, 1.5 for Bakrov with all draws, and only half a point for Grishuk.
So here we see the pairings for today. Andreikin is playing with Grishuk, and as you said, Andreikin is one of the leaders, together with Shankland, who is playing with White against Bakrov. In Pool B, we have Vitugov against Hare Krishna. We will also see the first move being made on this board as well. And Tabatabai against Anish Giri, who is the sole leader. In the Pool C, we have Vladimir Fedoseev against Rapport and Shiro against Vidit. In Pool D, we have Mamedjarov against you and Pratki against Vasher, and we hope this group will start to play today.
Yeah, well, it's not like they're not playing. Of course, I'm making fun.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not like they're making those so-called grandmasters draw in 20 moves. It's just that, no results yet.
So the first move is being made by President of Serbian Federation, Dragan Lazic, between Vitugov and Hare Krishna.
Right, so Vitugov with the white pieces, and I think it's e4.
Yeah.
Right. e4, which reads, normally if you face Hare Krishna with white and you play e4, that means Caro-Kann. So I'm wondering, that might be a very interesting game, because Vitugov has played Caro-Kann himself quite a few times, so he knows a thing or two. So we might be up for some opening discussion.
So is Caro-Kann main opening of Hare
I think
Krishna,
pretty much, yeah, pretty much. Not exclusively, but very often he goes for the Caro-Kann. Right, but we will probably kick off with Andreikin and Grishuk, right, as soon as we get the moves on the board. So far, yeah, sometimes this PGN thing doesn't start on time. So
also, before it starts, I think actually most of people don't know. I'm not sure if you know that starting from Sunday we will have another One Strong tournament playing, actually being played exactly at the same place in this hotel, and it will be a very strong Grandmaster closed tournament where four our best rated players from Serbia will have a chance to play with very strong players like Navara, and I think Abdusattarov is also coming. He won World Rapid Championship, so yeah, I think Serbian audience is really looking forward to that as well.
Right, and you've mentioned four best rated Serbian players. Who are?
So the first one I think is Robert Markush.
Yes.
He's perhaps older, but still he is the number one. I think he is somewhere like 26-30. The second one is perhaps most known. It's Velimir Ivic, who had amazing result in World Cup in Sochi.
Yeah.
And the third one is Injac, Alexander Injac. And
the tallest grandmaster,
yes.
as they call him. Yeah, I mean, I'm not
Yes,
sure
yes,
if it's
yes.
accurate, but he's one.
Yeah, I also heard
for
that,
sure one
yeah.
of the tallest grandmasters in the world.
And Ivan Ivanišević is.
Ivan is still around.
Yes,
So
yes.
why I was asking, because like I know most of the guys from the older generation, like Milos Perunovic and so on. Yeah, and I was wondering how many of those are still around.
Yeah.
Like if we talk Ukraine national team, it didn't change
for many years. Yeah.
For 10 years or something.
Yeah.
I mean, it changes within the team, but kind of the generation didn't shift. All right, and it does seem that we have issues with the moves. Because, they're clearly playing, and I still have kind of initial position on all the boards. So, well, we'll see what can be done about that. If we can somehow fix it, that'd be lovely. Yeah. We could speculate a little about what to expect. So, Andreikin against Grishuk. If I'm Andreikin, I'm in a comfortable situation. Grishuk, even though on half a point, is still a dangerous opponent. So I'm probably taking a cautious approach.
Yeah, of course.
The thing, however, is that Grishuk, even though, once again, on half a point out of 3, so some people would, stop it, right? He's very ambitious. As long as he has theoretical chance of qualifying, he will try. That means today with black, he'll probably choose something. And once again, I might sound silly because I don't have the moves, but some of you guys might have it, and then you would already know that it's some boring Petrov or something. Yeah. But seriously, I would expect him to play something sharper, something more complex. Okay, so we are getting there. We are getting there, and it's the Grunfeld against Andreikin. So pretty much, I want to say accepting the fate. So now it's up to Andreikin. I mean, it can be a really sharp game, but also you have quite a few lines in Grunfeld where black has to be accurate to make a draw, and yes, it's kind of the maximum he can have.
So it's not like the ambitious opening.
Yes, strangely, right. It's very complex.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? It can get very, very messy, very complicated with chances to win, but you really depend on your opponent.
Yeah.
So I was against d4, perhaps I would be expecting some sort of King's Indian from Grishuk, which he does from time to time. I mean, he does play the King's Indian. But once again, I mean, nowadays, those are cool stories, like I'm playing for a win with black, but if white doesn't want...
As you said, even in King's Indian, there are many ways to play.
Absolutely impossible, it's absolutely impossible. All right, and then Shankland against Bakro, that's also quite an interesting matchup, because yes, Shankland is very well prepared, so with the white pieces, I expect him at least to try to play. All right, so that's pretty much it. Andreikin against Grishuk. We've seen this position yesterday in Andreikin's game, so not much to discuss. A reminder, he went for bishop b5 previous game, right? Bishop b5, knight c6.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Actually, he did make some moves, so maybe we can just,
Bishop e3, right, bishop e3. There was queen a5. Or what do they do? I mean,
queen a5.
Queen a5 is the move, right? And not only it is the move, but it's played.
So is it leading to some endgame, or after
It
queen
really
d2?
depends. Like queen d2. There is this knight d2. Yeah, he did play queen d2. There is this knight d2 move, and the point is, like, if you take with the queen, it's rook c1 and then rook c5. And I'm not sure what's the point if you castle, because the games that I've seen, they all ended, I mean, not that many of them, but they all ended in a draw like this, bishop d2 and bishop c1. So I do know that the knight d2 move exists, but I'm not sure what you're supposed to be doing after castle, sure. And maybe rook c1 sacrificing the e2 pawn, but once again, I mean, it's kind of confusing, yeah? Queen d2 is much more often played. Yes, cd, cd
And it
leads to an
to
endgame. You can also play castles. There were lines with, remember perhaps, rook d8, white goes d5, black goes e6, bishop g5, rook d7. Have you seen something like
No,
that?
I
Okay,
haven't.
let me try
Yeah.
to recall. I think there was a subtle difference here. You can play rook b1, threatening rook b5. Black would play a6, and you will end up playing rook c1 anyway.
Okay.
So it's like, yeah, point of rook c1, and you protect the c pawn. If cd happens, then yeah, then the rook is good on the c file. And the line would go rook d8. Once again, I might be mistaken. It's so confusing, this Grunfeld. Yeah, e6, bishop g5, and something like that used to be, once again, a repetition. It's like white can try somehow. Black cannot really. I mean, if he went for this rook d8 and so on, he doesn't have the way to avoid the repetition, as far as I remember. Once again, it might be mistaken. Yeah.
No, also this situation for Andreikin is a bit tricky because he's not like in a situation as Anish Giri, let's say.
Yeah,
He's not a sole leader, so Shankland is also having white pieces, and as we said, first place is the only place that matters, so...
Yeah, you just played game after
Yeah.
game after game. I don't think there is like...
need to force anything.
yeah, with 3 games involved, it's like you cannot force anything, but you cannot also like take a day off and say, okay, I'm making a draw with white, and then let's see what happens. So once again, back to our discussion, how different this one is compared to the normal round robin, right?
Very different, yeah.
Since we are talking Shankland, let's see what happens in Shankland's game. He lost some pawns. Seriously, that's, yeah, Queen's Gambit accepted from Bakro. And I think it was played, right? By Bakro against... Was Bakro Grishuk? No?
You
I'm
mean
trying
in
to
this
recall.
tournament, or...?
No, or I'm completely... What was in the game Bakro Grishuk? No, it was something else, yeah?
Yeah, I don't think this was played.
Yeah, it just, for some reason, I think Bakro played recently, and recently it only could have been Berlin, right?
No, I just know Dominguez played against So. That's the game that I recall.
Yeah.
But
E4, B5, A4. Yeah, like after E4, B5 is relatively new move, right?
yeah.
Because they used to play, what, knight F6 mostly, E5, knight D5, and so on. And then white gets the center, white gets free development, black gets this square on D5. And there used to be other moves, like E5 is the move, I guess, right? Knight C6 is the move, C5 is the move. Yeah, B5 is relatively new thing. A4, C6, and knight C3. And if I remember correctly, Aronian Dominguez was A, B, C, B, knight C3, right?
I just know it was some mess.
A, B, C, B, knight C3, some queen B6, knight D5, was it?
Yeah,
something,
yeah.
something very, yeah. Okay, something of that nature. Knight C3, played by Sam, so which provokes B4, knight B1, bishop A6, queen C2. Kindly offering a second pawn on D4, but I'm guessing this one is not very tasty. Not sure if it's bishop E3 or knight F3 first. Maybe knight F3, like this. old advice of developing knights before the bishops, right? And then eventually this queen has to leave the c pawn, right? I mean, if you go queen c5, if you insist, I'll just go bishop e3 and so on. Let's imagine queen goes back, white simply captures on c4, I think. He gets back one pawn, and for the second one, he gets outstanding compensation, right? The c4 square, the pawns are weak, so white would have been better immediately. Instead, black goes knight f6, so targeting the e4 pawn for now. Now, e5, knight d5 leads to a little bit different setup, right? So now if you take, black has kind of a nice square of his own. If you take on c4, I guess you can and probably should try e6, just to mess things up completely, like e6, fe6, and then, I don't know, take on c4 or just knight f3, something like that. So I guess this does exist, e5, e6. And I'm not sure about the other moves because...
Maybe bishop b3?
Yeah, so, but b3 is already a concern. B3 is already a concern because e4, sometimes you can sacrifice, even the pawn on e4 sometimes can be sacrificed, but here I'm not sure. So after knight f6. Yeah, and what I wanted to say that if you want to be comfortable capturing on c4, like f3 or something, then of course black will take. Yeah, then of course black will take the d4 pawn, so this is not available. Knight f6, and that's for the first time Shankland spends at least a fraction of a minute.
And it's very weird. Does it mean that knight f6 is... Because it looks like
it's one of the natural moves. Yeah, absolutely. What one could expect, like e5 is very typical. I mean, I cannot calculate anything, and maybe it's just straight up bad, but it's very typical, right, here. In all those positions, like e5 is very typical. b3 might be, once again, start with b3. I'm actually not sure where the queen's going. But then C3, possibly you go to c3, and now you're much more comfortable playing f2, f3, because d4 is protected, right? Or knight d2 for this matter. Maybe knight d2 is actually a better move. Right, so that's once again a different thing. But still, a move like knight f6 shouldn't be a surprise, right? Maybe double checking, you know, maybe he knows what the right moves are. Still, this is what I would be trying to make work. e6, fe6, and something. I mean, basically, I want to take this pawn back, and I'll be only one. Oh, okay, let me take it straight up. I'll be one pawn down, and I'm claiming that black's kind of pawn structure is bad. Is it? Yeah, it is one pawn down. Yeah, I mean, I have, once again, how do I come to this conclusion? I have 6 pawns, and I've already captured 1 pawn. Yeah. So that means I cannot be more than 1 pawn down. Maybe it's equal, but I'm not interested in counting any further.
But so this doesn't seem good for black.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's surprising. Could it possibly mean that after e5 there is another move? But I don't see which one. Like knight g4 doesn't make all that much sense, right?
There is some b3, but...
b3 inclusion, yes, you're right, in fact. b3 is clever. Because where do I go?
The point is that queen c3 is running now into knight d5.
Knight d5 with the tempo, yeah. So queen f5 allows you to play e6, once again with the tempo. So perhaps the only square left is on d1. And then you go knight d5. While I'm pausing, I actually thought, could this ever be knight e4? Which is a provocation, obviously, but I want to give check on a5 and exchange this knight. Yeah, but okay, let's not be too inventive. Let's just go knight d5.
No, this also has a threat of knight b4, so...
Knight b4, knight c2, yeah, knight b4, knight d3, though. Yeah, this is far less clear. I agree, far less clear. Yeah, so perhaps, you just shouldn't automatically move the knight, you just include b3.
No, maybe instead of knight f6, he was expecting queen a5. I just seen this kind of moves to have a threat. If you take on bishop c4, I have some b3.
Now you have b3.
Yeah.
Do you?
Even there, queen d2, yeah.
Do you have, yeah, b3, queen d2, and somehow
yeah,
it works tactically.
Doesn't seem good, yeah.
So after knight f6.
Also, did you see a tweet that Shankland made yesterday?
No.
So he apparently made some novelty in this Grunfeld that we were checking with opposite colored bishops, and after he finished the game, there was some the St. Louis closed tournament, and it was, let's say, round started maybe a couple of hours after Shankland finished, and the same move was made, I think, by Antipov, the same novelty that Shankland made. So, I mean, it's crazy how this modern chess works. Especially these players who play Grunfeld or those kind of openings have to be really up to date about moves.
Yeah, basically all the time you're kind of checking the online database.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah. This is what we turned into. I mean, it used to be, you know, opening encyclopedia, edition 1, and then you have to wait for edition 2, which might be in 5 years. Otherwise, everyone uses the same, right? And then it would be Chess Informant, which was published first, I think, every half a year, then eventually every quarter of a year, and then you would get all the opening knowledge from there. Then we went to databases, and I still believe there was. I mean, I still remember there was a time when the Week in Chess database, which would be released late evening on Mondays, and then by Tuesday you were supposed to be you should have downloaded it, merged with the other database, check all the important games in your lines, and so on. And now what? I mean, in half an hour, right? Basically, the game's played in half an hour. Everyone knows. Oh, okay, there is this move. We were wondering what he was planning to do. But there is this move. So, I don't know if it will ever stop.
Yeah.
We are speeding up all the time. Okay, so Shankland seems to be surprised with the natural move. So let's leave him be. Let's move to Anish Giri, the leader of Pool B.
Very interesting choice.
Very interesting. Want to say it's white to move first of all. Otherwise, black would be a piece up. That's a very, very clever observation. Bishop b5, e6. This is already a kind of an interesting choice because now much more often they play g6. Castles is an interesting choice as well. Right, because after e6, bishop c6 used to be very popular. So castles, knight g7, and this is something I don't quite understand. I mean, they do play it. It's not like it's not playable, right? Always thought like if you wait for knight g7, then this c3 should be the move where you are digging for some advantage. But apparently they found all the right moves. Yeah, I mean, it's still. I don't think something has changed. Bishop c2, bishop b7, and indirectly all the time black kind of fights against d4, right? So d4 now it's c takes, knight b4, and the bishop will be exchanged. Next move, like white plays, say, rook e1, protecting. So now in that line you can go bishop b3, black goes rook c8. And the same problem, like if you go d4, he captures, and knight b4 ensures that he swaps one of the bishops, because if this, rook takes c1, followed by knight d3.
Yeah.
And it's like it's a lot of old theory, and probably nothing new was invented. I remember it was still like quite a long time ago, where they were trying to make queen e2 work instead of rook e1. Then rook e1, rook c8, a4 used to be sort of a trend for some time. I mean, inducing black to play b4 so that the b4 square is kind of taken, and then you go d4. But black tends to be clever and doesn't play b4. And d4, it's like you are playing the normal Sicilian, and for some reason you went bishop b5. So that was always kind of confusing to me. But apparently you guys are fine with that. knight g6, bishop e3, bishop e7, c2, c3, and knight d2. That's once again a bit of a surprise. a6, bishop goes, knight takes d4. And white is thinking, which is even more surprising, because I thought the whole thing was played to take with the pawn.
Yeah, we can't know if this is the move that white spent time mostly, but perhaps it.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting. He's not recapturing. That's already, you know, already something to be surprised with, because I don't know how much time I would spend taking with the pawn. Maybe it's a bad move. I mean, I don't know.
But it feels like the most natural.
Yeah, I mean, bishop takes. Does it? I mean, technically, it does make some sense, right?
No, but together with this c3,
yeah,
it's
especially
a bit strange,
like you've played c3,
Yes.
you've played knight d2, so it kind of looks like the whole point was that you take with the pawn, right?
Yeah, he took with
He took with the pawn. So now the question is how black is supposed to play this position.
And Anish immediately plays b5.
b5, yeah? Okay, logical. b5. How logical is it? Once again, maybe he knows what's going on, judging on this 1:31 on the clock. Yeah, it's just that from Patz's standpoint, and I consider myself to be a Patzer, I would seriously think of b6 first, and then bishop b7, so not to give white this b5 a4 option. But apparently, like if you know it, that it works, right? I mean, if you don't know, you are scared, or you spend more time to figure out. If you know it works, then you're perfectly fine going with b5. a4 still seems to be kind of one of the moves that I would consider.
And does black have to go b4?
That's a question. Because that's something that I wouldn't like doing, right? b4, especially since white has a5, and possibly some moves like that, right? So b4 is potentially a little bit weak. A6 already weak, right? Without the word potentially, it is already weak. So strategically, this one looks dangerous. I mean, I'm not saying it is dangerous, because maybe it kind of works for black. Like bishop b7, and who knows, maybe f5 one day, right? f5. I don't know. Like, what do we do with white? I mean, this is hanging for now. Like f3 is ugly, right? Because f5, or bishop g5, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is tricky, right? And I wanted to say, like, I don't know what move to make for white. Black kind of has this kind of tactic. So f5 takes, and then knight h4, attacking g2, and then taking on f5 with the knight. So potentially can get control over the center. Yeah, b5 played, white is thinking again.
Yeah, it's maybe possible that after a4, maybe bishop b7 is possible. Because
bishop
if I have this
b7,
one more move, it would feel much easier.
AB takes on a8. I don't know why I'm taking on a8, but let's assume I'm doing this.
Queen takes?
Yeah, if queen takes, I thought... I mean, I'm not sure how serious am I about taking on... Maybe I am serious about taking on b5. Because it's a pawn after all, right? Oh, no, no, it's not a pawn. Wait a second. Bishop e4, knight takes, queen takes. And if you take d7...
Rook d8.
Knight h4 is very annoying, it turns out. And the bishop is hanging.
No, this is lost,
Yeah,
right?
this is just lost. Yeah, this is just lost.
Yeah, this is nice.
So you're right. But on the other hand, once again, a4, bishop b7, it wasn't the original plan to take on b5, to be honest. I thought if you take with the queen, if black takes with the queen on a8, then it only makes sense for white to go f3. Then, okay, I mean, black kind of built the whole battery on this diagonal, so now f3 looks pretty decent.
Maybe queen a2.
Yeah, queen a2, queen to b3, and some... actually not sure, because rook a8, I might be capturing b5, yeah? And if you trade these guys, then once again, the b pawn is kind of awkward to defend. And if you look at this kind of in general, right, the knight's probably completely off, right?
Yeah.
So white has the center. It's clear that the play will be something about the queenside pawns, right? The queenside files, and then black knight is kind of a little bit off. Okay. Who knows? I mean, maybe, you know, simple question will receive a simple answer. Maybe you just take on a4 and say, okay, my a pawn is weak, but compared to this other line, you are yet to take it. You are yet to win the a pawn, right? And then you go bishop b7, and then you once again play for f5 or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of reassuring that Geary didn't spend any time, so he knows exactly what he's doing. All right.
Yeah, we can move on.
And then we have Vityugov with Hare Krishna, which wasn't a Caro-Kann. Okay. So it was e5. And e5, yeah, e5 is once again something that Hare Krishna does. The Rui Lopez with b5 and castles. And I'm a little bit surprised. Because I'm trying to recall, did he ever play the Marshall, Pentala Hare Krishna? I remember him playing the Breya variation. So, I mean, it's weird. Like, being Vityugov in this case, you probably, you know, your repertoire opening against the Marshall might be this anti-Marshall, which he went with, like a4. But if you'd be happy with any other line but Marshall, maybe you could kind of bluff with c2, c3. So I'm playing c3 because I know you're not playing the Marshall. So you will go d6, I'll go h3, we play the normal.
Yeah, but you can never know.
But you can never know.
Gambling.
That's right. You can never know. Yeah. It's not that a4 is such an empty move. It's actually a very interesting position there, right?
Yeah.
Was it? So once again, it's Nepo with Magnus, right?
Yeah.
A4
Rook b8,
and Rook b8 was what Magnus was doing. So b4 is more standard. d3, d6, a5. Once again, that's what they usually do. Bishop e6, knight d2, and bishop takes b3, plain and simple. Highlighting this square, I absolutely love the way like Levon Aronian plays this and so on, with the rook on b5. And it would seem that it's all about attacking the a5 pawn, but then later on white plays d4, and this rook sometimes gets shifted, you know, on the fifth rank. I remember some game of Aronian when it was something like that. The bishops were exchanged on e6, the other rook went to b5, and then at some point the center opens and like one rook goes to g6, the other one to h5 or something, and then kind of very strange moves, but black gets a fantastic attack. All that perhaps is not what's going to happen in this position. It's still somewhat different. I think you are much happier putting
with knight on c4, yeah.
With knight on c4, putting the rook on b5 with knight on c4, because here it's like d4 is more or less ready. Right? I don't think white plays c3, d4 in such cases. He's probably looking for d4 sort of immediately.
And does black want to go d5?
That's a question, right? I mean, with knights being as is, right? You are probably comfortable taking with the queen.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
Because with knight on c4, your e5 is usually hanging, right? And yeah, like this. I don't know, seriously. Don't know what white's plan is. I mean, how do you play such positions?
I mean, structurally, it looks a bit dubious from black side because c5 square is somehow weak.
This one, but
not easy to use it.
If you think though, what's the plan for black? Like if I play some modest moves, bishop d2, sometimes I remember them doing this, rook e2, queen e1, and then kind of you double on the e-file, and kind of extra layer of pressure is that in some cases you attack the b4 pawn, even though it's protected twice. Still, I don't know what white, I mean, if white ever going to have a threat in this game.
And rook b8
like even
also,
bishop d6, but rook b8, rook
exactly
b5,
this plan, yeah.
Rook b8, rook b5, attacking a5, also protecting e5 pawn. Yeah, d5 is not a bad move. The other question is that I might not react. I might go bishop g5 because, like those endgames, for instance, black shouldn't go for those endgames, I'm guessing, because that is really an unpleasant fact that your squares, like c4 square, c5 square, are a little bit weak.
But if black doesn't go d5, then white will push d4, so it's really important decision.
Yeah, maybe d5 is what you do. You're right, because allowing d4 doesn't seem... Well, maybe, who knows? Rook b8, d4, and let's assume I'm taking there. Like one of the knight, probably this knight takes. Knight takes, and some queen d7. How bad is that? Not clear why I went through b8 exactly, right? You can probably get the bishop. Knight f5, yeah. I don't see myself playing bishop d8, but that's okay, I'm guessing.
I mean, does white wants to take that bishop? I don't think so.
No. He doesn't want it now, but after bishop f8, g6, bishop g7, it'll be too late. No, probably white still is kind of slightly more pleasant with some queen f3, bishop to one of the squares, g5, especially if bishop goes to f8. All right, but as per usual with video golf, very complex strategic player. Like it's very hard to, to really guess what his plan is. I remember him. It was, let me guess. It was the World Cup in Khanty-Mansiysk 2019. Like his game against Wesley So. I mean, it's a masterpiece, and kind of half of the game you don't understand who's playing for what. Right, there was some Petrov with white getting kind of double pawns early, so some knight c3 Petrov. And you look at the position, you don't understand. I mean, why the guy seriously plays this if he can equalize? And then it turns out after some maneuvering that white is better. So with Nikita, it's interesting. I mean, the way he understands chess. By the way, rook e8, much better than my rook b8 move, At least much better in terms of preparation for d4. Because now you don't have to care about knight c6 all that much. Right. Harry is solid. If anything, he's very solid. Shall we move on again? Fedoseev with Rapot has kind of more, not more value, but more pressure on the players compared to the other game, right? And this is some long theory, I believe. So that's the Petrov played by Richard Rapot, bishop d3, and again this bishop d6 line. So the one that we've seen in Grishuk's game yesterday, right? Yeah. Pawn takes. Hang on. So it was c takes d5, c takes d5, knight c3. Right. So this time it's knight c3 immediately where black captures here, goes bishop f5, bishop g5, queen a5, d5. Something like that had been seen. Bishop e4, bishop e3. Queen d5, yeah. There was no alternative on that move. Well, technically queen a3 was the move, but the question is...
Probably c4.
Yeah, I thought rook d1 probably equalizes for white, yeah? Or kind of guarantees that you equalize.
Yeah.
So takes, and you can take a7. And I don't know if it's any chance for an advantage, but it should be enough for equality. c4 is, of course, much more ambitious. And then I wonder what black does. Because capturing seems extremely dangerous.
Rook fd1 is played, yeah.
Rook fd1 is played, yeah. c4, I mean, I would be interested in trying c4, but maybe queen h5 is what is not not very pleasant. h3. Yeah, I mean, you could try to play it.
Yeah.
You could try to play it. Rook fd1, yeah, black has no reason. I mean, he has no how to say, no ability and also no will to keep the queens on the board, right? It's a trade over here. d6, bishop is hanging.
So if some side is about to get ambitious, which side would it be?
I think it's white. I think it's white. I mean, first of all, it's not clear where the bishop's going. Say e7, or c7, or
Yeah, e7 feels more
e7
natural,
feels, yeah, kind of you control that. What bothers me a little is this bishop c2 move. Originally, I was planning to just take on a7, but bishop c2 option is there.
Maybe knight d2,
Knight d2, or yeah, like knight d2, we are playing to win the pawn back, right?
Yeah, but it's not...
Knight d2, bishop c2 to include, then rook c1 and bishop goes to f5. And how are we better with white? I don't know.
Some bishop f3?
Bishop f3 to play in kind of in spirit of Catalan.
But
then a5 even. a5, and I'm claiming that I don't need to develop these guys, right? Because it'd be you to win back the c6 pawn, so let's say you'll bring the knight, you'll take on c6, and this is how my knight from b8 is getting developed. Yes, and my kind of closest plan is just to push the a pawn as far as possible. The rook, I would argue, is already in the game after a5. So yeah, that's tricky. Queen b3, a b3 played. Queen b3, a b3 played. Bishop e7 we expect to be played, and then it will be seen what white's plan is. Knight, yeah, like knight g5 is not it. Knight d4, something.
Yeah, it's interesting because black will basically have two threats. One is a5 and one is bishop c2. So
After bishop e7.
yeah.
Yeah, and also, well, if we pay attention for the save, spend more time than Richard Rapport. D5 is not very standard. I think that's, I mean, okay, at least kind of from structure standpoint. I mean, it's not like what you want to do to go D5. That's a very concrete approach. Queen C5, Queen B3. But there was a game of Jan Nepomniachtchi with Yesipenko in one of Russian superfinals, once again, possibly the end of 2020, which kind of looks similar. And it was some pawn sacrifice. I mean, I don't know, maybe black captured on c3 like instead of queen c5 or something. Just remember at some point it had seen this d5 move. But yeah, but it certainly wasn't this. Certainly wasn't this. Bishop e2. Okay,
Yeah, so he spent a lot of time on bishop e3, right? And after bishop e4.
Here.
So here he spent 20 minutes.
Interesting. Bishop e3, queen d5. No, seriously, I mean, c4 is something that I would probably try to play at least. I don't know if it's good. Yeah, I don't know if it's good.
No, maybe even takes and then queen h5. Takes on c4 and then queen h5.
Bishop c4 and then queen h5, and this is a threat. This is a threat. But yeah, I mean you can continue the line. It's rook d1. It's still tricky, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you take on f3, my plan is to take on d6, and then you have queen e5, and d1 is under control, so both rooks are hanging. And I have, I mean, it goes on and on. Bishop f7, king h8, rook d4, and you know.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy, yeah. Or kind of immediate rook d4, because bishop f7 is not running away. Yeah.
Here's c5.
C5 is here, yeah. C5 is here. Maybe black wins this way.
Yeah.
So that's very confusing. That maybe explains why he spent so much time. But for now, it's not even clear how he's getting the pawn back after, say, bishop e7. I believe there should be the way for white to equalize, but not more than that. Another game in pool C that is, right?
Yeah.
Is
Shirov
with Vidit. And this is, what's that? Again, open Spanish, yeah. Open Spanish, open variation is knight takes e4. Well, yeah, that's pretty much forced as we agreed, right? Bishop e6, knight d2, bishop e7, and then Shirov captured there and went knight g5, bishop g5, a check, captured on g5, and black castled short. Is white really hoping to get an advantage here? So the feeling is like the bishop is, despite like all the weaknesses around the black king, yeah, the feeling is like, well, the king is never getting checkmated. If anything, the bishop is not very good. So like exchanging the queens, for instance, I would be even slightly worried for white.
Yeah. Also e5 will probably fall
faster than
e4, yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, so tricky. And once again, it's not a special preparation from Shirov.
Yeah.
He actually has spent quite some time. This is, as they say, this is a very strong move. A6 is possibly a mistake.
But do you like more open Spanish or classical, like Spanish?
Open Spanish,
from black side.
From black side.
Yeah.
No, I would actually try to play. I mean, if I would know the theory, let's say, I would try to play something like, I don't know, Breya, this kind of stuff, like with more pieces on the board, with less force and more maneuvering. And so there was one of the days during the Berlin Grand Prix. I had Daniil Dubov to join me on the commentary. It's kind of remotely on a call. And yeah, why I'm stopping here, it's like he brought a very interesting argument. We were discussing how, you know, some positions, the evaluation or perception, our perception in fact, not the evaluation, but the way we look at some position really depends on the color. Like for instance, in the King's Indian, when the center is blocked and you play f5, you play it with the feeling that, okay, I'm checkmating the guy almost, right? If it's the same but the pieces are repainted, you go f4 and, okay, I mean, yeah, I do get some initiative, but it's nowhere near, And he brought a fantastic argument. He said that sometimes him and his co-worker Magnus Carlsen, right, they do this experiment. And he said, just look at, I cannot do this. Wait a second. How should I? Okay, I will lose a tempo now. So it has to be white going e3, black going e5, white going e4. So white's playing with black, black's playing with black. Now look what happens. Black goes knight f6. You go knight c3, and black goes bishop b4. What's the move you want to make? Knight f3, right? I mean, you want to develop the knight from f3. Will it ever cross your mind? I mean, he's attacking your e4 pawn, and then all of a sudden you go a3 and you provoke him to take. So from white side, it looks absolutely ridiculous to go a3 here, I would argue. And then, yet with black, it's the main move.
It's the main move, yeah.
And especially, there was an argument further on, like a3. What was it? This, and then he says some people play, it's called the Arkhangelsk variation, right? And if you do this with white, you expect to be kind of almost lost, because knight g4 is here, some d5 is here. It looks ridiculous what you are doing, yeah? And for black, it's, okay, maybe not the best system, but one of the systems. So it really changes, I mean, when you look with the other colors. Sometimes there are examples like when the sides are reversed. It's also very interesting. Like queen side becomes the king side and so on in some positions. And I don't know what, we can't even analyze this. Okay, whatever. There was some line in the Dutch where white would go bishop g5, trade the knight, and later on go e4. And black would go b6, bishop b7, knight c6. And at some point we were looking at it and said, but that's a dragon. I mean, you swap the sides, and then your king's side now is the queen's side, and then what used to be the open C file now is the F file, and it's a dragon variation. And then you have to act accordingly. So sometimes it's very funny.
No, also, let's say from white side, if you play f4, and let's say it comes to this reverse Dutch with white, you feel really uncomfortable. And when you're playing it from black side, it feels like fine. You have a lot of counterplay.
Absolutely. Some positions from black side, you look like, okay, that's a nice counterplay.
So it's psychological, no? I mean, how else to explain it?
Absolutely. With white, you think, okay, what an idiot moved my pawn to f4. I mean, who was that? I mean, I didn't touch it. I don't want it on f4. Okay. So Shirov does his usual thing in this tournament, spends a lot of time, and I don't know, I mean, it's fairly unlikely that he's getting somewhere with this.
But he's probably going to keep queens, I think.
Yeah, but how you do it? I mean, I thought queen g3, but then knight d4 is super annoying. c2, e2, no. Queen g4 is an option, but then both rook f5 and even queen d5 are possible. I think queen d5 is not bad. Tag this. Once again, you have this weird, bishop f4. I mean, you have this weird tricks. I mean, you can take this, but you can also go knight d4, for instance, and then who knows what's that.
What was the threat?
Rook d1, rook f4, I mean. Rook f4 and knight c2. I mean, basically, those are the threats. Because if I'm able to take on c2, I'm coming back and pushing c5, right? So the knight is very stable. Like in case of bishop g3, for instance. I don't know if I have anything better, but if not, I'm just taking, attack the rook, right? And probably you do this. Or this, I'm not sure. I was a little bit worried about the a2 pawn as well, but yeah, let's not go any crazy. Just go back to d4 and then c5. Black is just a pawn up.
Yeah.
You probably win e4 back, but I don't think white is enjoying it.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so after castles, it's not clear what Alexei is supposed to be doing.
No, I thought maybe queen g3 and on knight d4, then to play queen g4.
Ah, interesting. So this, and this. But wait a second. So that you'll play c3.
Yeah.
Like queen d5, for instance, you'll play c3 or bishop h6 as kind of a tempo move. So maybe c3 to see where the knight's going. After knight c2, you can probably play bishop h2. But yeah, but once again, is white can white be better here? I don't know.
On
rook d1. Rook d1.
Rook d1, yeah.
Rook d1. Yeah, white can be better because try rook b1 in order to trap the knight.
It's also tricky for black to leave this knight on c2. Yeah,
I agree. That's tricky. Ah, but wait. After rook d1, I should have tried attacking f2.
Queen c5. Yeah.
Yeah, I should have tried attacking f2 because and then it's a check and bishop e3. Perhaps is the only move.
Yeah, but that's not what white wants.
Takes, check, and again some strange position, like those pawns. It's almost like we've confused the side of the pawns, right? White pawns on e5, black pawns on e4. But it's black to move first here, so something like rook e8 should be maybe even better for black. Okay, so she was thinking. Let's move on. Let's move on to these guys. Mamedyarov and Evgenij, Prudkin and Vyshelograf. All draws in this group so far. So Mamedyarov against Evgenij. It turns out
very similar to yesterday.
The line which Mamedyarov played against Prudkin, which we more or less thought that it was just kind of an accident. Like you're surprised with, you're surprised with the Rogozin. You don't have any specific line you're planning to play, and then okay, I'll play something. But when you play this something 2 days in a row and you're rated 2750 plus, that means it's a system, right? So it might be not the most challenging system against the Rogozin, but it is a system at least. So e3, c5.
So was it the same yesterday?
Yeah, I'm trying to recall at what point. CD4 certainly wasn't played yesterday, right? CD4 knight c6 could be kind of a deviation point here. Castles a4. These are still like tricky positions. Knight e5, all right. Bishop e2, rook d8. Always thought you're going to put the pawn on a5 and then you try to come over the b files now. Queen b3, rook b1. So.
No, but how can we explain that white goes for this structure where pawn on c3 seems to be very weak?
Yeah, it's like maybe compensated by, say, b7, d5 pawn, but is white really hoping to get an advantage here? I don't think it's the case. So it's more of a really the crisis on kind of the main lines. I mean, first of all, I'm not sure what the main line is against.
You mean in Rogozin?
Against the Rogozin, or well, the sharpest line, the most challenging line. Because main lines they are changing all the time, right? So Mamedyarov will play 2 games of this. We will all repeat what Mamedyarov does, and it's all of a sudden, all of a sudden, it's a main line. Yeah, but how do you really put black setup at test after bishop b4? I would still think it's a long time ago, and it's it's kind of archaic thought, but queen a4 check to force the knight to go to c6, so it's in front of the c pawn. So that at least gives us some positional ground to talk that maybe white somehow gets an advantage.
And I think it used to be the main line for sure.
Yeah, it was played on a very high level again, and then e3 or whatever they were doing. Yeah, but very often, it's like if you look at the not evaluation, but evolution of systems against the Naidov. Like it's getting more and more depressing. Because it used to be bishop g5, those brilliant sacrifices and so on and so on. Now it's kind of a renaissance of bishop g5, but absolutely with different implication. Now we are trying to find the position that he didn't repeat before the game, right? Back then, Fischer times, let's say, they were trying to refute the Naidov, kind of annihilate the Naidov. Then, we calm down and we go, we shift to a couple of Kasparov times. So bishop e2, bishop e3, very positional, transposing to Scheveningen. Then there come times of English attack. f3, bishop e3, once again forcing lines. And there's absolutely nothing in all those lines. And then we kind of go lower and lower. Now we're seriously discussing h2, h3. And for quite a few years, h3 is considered to be one of the main moves.
Yeah.
And then it gets weirder because knight b3 is played, and so-called Carlsen system against the knight of where you go second knight c3.
Knight c3 and
Knight c3, and when they go d6, you take and you go with the queen to d2.
Yeah.
So it only shows. There is no argument. Those are interesting systems, but it only shows that black is doing more than okay nowadays in kind of all the main lines of opening theory, and that's why white has to be inventive. White has to come up with like those ideas, which are sometimes like 1 game, 2 game ideas only.
No, also it's a bit scary because the question is like, for how long will it keep improving? Will it stop at some point, or because we're running out of moves? Like at some point, everything will be discovered.
And there is a limitation, of course, in human capabilities. I mean, just some things you just cannot memorize. But the way it develops is somewhat depressing, right?
Yes.
These guys, they're getting like 1.5 hours, and then they know 25 moves of opening theory, and then they know most of the endgame positions. So,
it's
so
crazy.
the actual lifespan of a game is 10 moves, 15 moves. When you're transposing from a complex middle game to some rook endgame with one pawn up for one guy and the other guy knows how to
make a draw. It's crazy.
Not to mention what goes on in computer chess, right? That's absolutely disgusting. Queen b3, okay. At least here, I agree. It might be an equal position, but that's a position you can play, and you have to play for both sides, right?
So let's say if black manages to try to change bishops. If he manages to trade bishops, it would be perfect scenario, right?
I think he
because
just puts the
square.
knight on c4 and doesn't care all that much. But first, now I'd say he's kind of challenged a little in his ability of developing the c8 bishop, right? It's like a b6 runs into a5 as far as I understand. If not b6, like b6, a5, that's what I was kind of discussing, debating with myself. Can black do something like that? Claim that, tactically I can hold it. Apparently not.
There's f4, right?
An immediate f4. Whoa.
Which is very nice.
That's I've just blundered.
No, it seems like rook f1 will hang, but queen on f6 will
bishop
hang from
takes
pawn.
It's a double check to the queen.
It's very nice.
Double check to the queen.
And
and conveniently there is rook f2 also. So that white is a piece up at the end. If this doesn't really work, then b6 makes absolutely no sense. You actually want to be on the c file. That's what I understand. I mean, you want to be on the c file somehow. Could it be that it kind of he ended up taking the knight on f6. That's why the queen is on f6. I would argue that kind of having the queen on c7 in this position is much better. Maybe we just manually go there, like queen d6 or queen e7, queen c7. Queen d6, knight b5.
Maybe queen e7, and then you also want bishop g4 because now
queen
you don't.
e7, protect b7 for now, and then you have c7 square. Then sometimes you have c5 square. Maybe like this. And also you free the bishop, Bishop g4, alternatively bishop e6 is also not a bad square. If white exchanges the knight, then black probably isn't that unhappy. The knight on d4 is quite strong. But yet another game which is kind of not very sharp, not very entertaining, straight from the opening, right? So maybe the last game is entertaining. MVL with black against Alexander Predke. This is what you call chess. Naidov with bishop g5, e6, and queen f3. I was wondering how come the pawn on b2 is still alive if we are talking bishop g5 Naidov. Yes, because like nowadays almost exclusively they play queen b6 or h6, queen b6 to be more exact. But now that's a little bit more original line. queen f3, bishop e7 castles, basically doing all the same but not playing f4. Right? Queen a5. So MVL actually does spend time here. Queen a5, h4, and bishop d7 after bishop c4 going knight c6. So it's a mixture of Najdov and Richter-Rauser in a way, right? So he decided to develop the knight to c6. Bishop to b3 was the last move. No, really, I mean, those positions are very, very hard to comprehend. Like what the queen's doing on a5 first off. And really, like for me to understand something here, I used to play Richter-Rauser. I mean, not the most complex lines, but still. But you never ever get a white bishop on b3, which makes it much different. Yeah, it's like far more often this knight would go to b3, right? But not the bishop. In Richter-Rauser, though, yeah, I mean, by that point, white would already clarify his intentions, either by taking on f6, like when you have to take with the pawn, you know, sometimes like going f3. And so it's really, you can't judge those things by, okay, it's similar to this, so I'm doing the same thing. It's the position to play.
And the queen on a5 feels a bit misplaced, right?
Yeah. It does. Queen
c7?
Yeah, like I was thinking, like queen c5 to make, to try to make sense why exactly I went to a5. Yeah, queen c7 feels like I'm losing it, simply losing a tempo. But he might end up doing this because queen c5, bishop e3, and I'm asked again what the queen is doing on c5 this time.
Yeah.
But I really want to hurry up and exchange the b3 bishop, right, which kind of annoys me. So I'm thinking queen c7, possibly knight a5, knight b3, something like that, or b4, b5, a5, b4, something like that. Castling short doesn't feel that comfortable, at least for now.
Maybe he wants to castle long. Is it ever?
Yeah, but once again, you have to be careful doing this, right? So for now, really, I mean, black has some objects to attack. It's clear white king is already located. It's on the queen side. Also, the bishop on b3. It's a powerful thing, of course, right? If white gets f5, for instance, yeah, it's a lot of pressure. But at the same time, it will give you tempi when you are pushing the pawns. So if you can, by some chance, play b5, move the queen, play a5, that's an ideal scenario. Speaking of which, could it be that the right move would be to trade on d4, in fact? Like, take on d4, rook d4, don't know, queen c7, and then b5, a5. But that seems to be too slow.
And also, where does the bishop go if I go h6? That's also the question.
The bishop from g5?
From g5, yeah.
Ah, you mean like if you go h6, and if they go to e3...
Then even some queen h5 is like possible.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes this is a thing, yeah. Not exactly queen h5 move, but like sometimes black trades the queens, and he's fine in all those Sicilians, even though it might look like black's passive.
h6 was played.
Here, though, could it be that white? Nah, that's nonsense. I thought like white still plays in spirit of the Sicilian g5, but then knight g4, right? And the bishop is gone. f3 maybe. Okay, this is something. This is something that might be interesting. Kind of queenless middle game, right?
Yeah.
It's not an endgame yet.
Only
you can't castle short because g5, and then you are getting checkmate. That's an interesting one. So, and yeah, at least, yeah, like MVL playing the Sicilian, and it's not, it's not one of those forcing lines when you can expect a draw. So this promises to be very interesting. Right. So I think we've done the full circle. We have to go for a break for some commercials shortly, and we'll be back right after. Stay tuned. It's round 4, round before the 3 days. A lot of interesting things will happen.
We have Dmitry Andreikin and Sam Shackland here with us, who just drew their round 3 game here at the Grand Prix in Belgrade. Dmitry, do you want to start? What is your verdict of the game?
Today I don't have fighting moods and prefer a line in Grunfeld without risky. But okay, my computer says white have a little bit advantage, but I don't know how to realize it. Maybe Sam makes some strong moves, queen d6 for example. My computer says no, about 0-20 for white, but okay, really it's absolutely a quiet position. It's a boring game.
Sam, was it a boring game, or is Dmitry's computer a bit outdated?
No, I mean, there's no doubt this position is a little bit more comfortable to play for on the white side. I think objectively black is absolutely fine, but I just sort of think the worst thing that could like possibly happen to white if absolutely everything goes wrong is he loses his a2 pawn, he trades all the queens, all the rooks, and still makes a draw, and the worst thing that happens to black is the queen comes to h6 and you get checkmated. So it definitely feels like even though black is a pawn up, you have to be at least a little bit careful, but I had come up with this plan to play a5 and queen d6, because when I play a5 I have provoked white's rook to the c1 square, so he does not have queen c1, and when my queen is on d6 he does not have queen d2, and as long as this queen can't come to h6, I think, I mean, it's a little bit uncomfortable, but I can't see myself losing this position with 90 minutes on the clock. Maybe in a rapid game I could, but with 90 minutes, okay, you're a little worse, but it's so hard to imagine losing.
Well, both of you now mentioned this, and not just now, but everyone is talking about the computer and the engine and this minimal advantage of 0.25, 0.30. At your level, does that advantage make any sense? Is it realistic to be able to use that advantage, or is it
absolutely not important? No.
So, because a lot of people rely on these analyses where the computer says this or 0.30 or 0.5, and they think that when they judge a position, they say, okay, white is better because the computer says 0.5. So is your advice to people not to trust the computer that much in that respect, or how should we, those of us who are not at your level, go about trusting those small advantages the computer gives?
Well, it depends on the position. Like 0.25, 0.30 can come in completely different ways. Like this one where it's opposite bishops is one thing. Like, you know, typical 0.30 where you have isolated pawn on d5 and no great way to attack it. Like that's going to be pleasantly better for white. You can have some 0.30 and bishop g5 Najdorf and have absolutely no clue what's going on, and it's just totally irrational position. So it just, I mean, the computer is a useful tool to have for these kinds of things, but if you're not like reasonably strong yourself and thinking yourself, it's entirely useless. You need to be putting in your own brain as well, or else you just become a monkey pressing buttons.
Dmitry?
No, for me, evolution is absolutely not important. I prefer a comfortable position, yes, and computer says away. It is very important. But, okay, practically, evolution
it doesn't really play much. All right, after 3 rounds, how are you satisfied with your performance so far? Sam, you want to start us off there?
Well, I have a lot more points than I deserve. I had a horrible opening disaster both with Bekro and Grischuk, and somehow managed a 1.5 for 2 in these games when I think I was essentially lost in both games at some point. So I'm not happy with the quality of my play, but I'm certainly very happy with the amount of points I have given how I have been playing so far. But, you know, 2 out of 3 with 2 blacks to start the tournament is certainly quite fine.
Which is, sorry, I just need to jump in here. Which is, let's say, better, quote unquote, to play bad and win or to play good and lose?
Of course, to play badly and win, but I mean, winning is the most important thing. But ideally, you will play well and win. I don't know. I didn't play very well in either of my previous 2 games.
Thank you.
Okay, I think in the first 2 rounds I was okay, but today my energy are low, and okay, I will try in next rounds.
Improve. Well, thank you both very much, and good luck with the next rounds.
Welcome back. So we have the first result, Teodora.
Always when we go to break. Yeah.
Right, yeah, so this old trick still works. You go for a break, you come back, and there is a result. This time a little bit unexpected, because it was a break after only 1 hour of play, but here we go. It's a draw for Andreikin and Grischuk. So can quickly click through the moves. Knight c6, rook b1. Okay, maybe I'm confusing things, and maybe this is how it's done. So rook b1 with rook b5 ideas, a6, rook c1. Then he swaps on d4, swaps the queens on d2. And yeah, white tries to make an argument that the pawn on a6 is worse than the pawn on a7.
I wanted to ask exactly
for whatever reason,
why
not clear,
like
right?
Yeah.
Because black eventually wouldn't mind to go like b5, knight a5. Yeah, and it goes on and on. And it looks like, you know, like this line somehow is, if not forced, but very logical. H5, G5, sacrifice on G5. Maybe H6 is what black is scared of because he captures on D4, and then bishop H7 and knight F7. Wow, well, this is too brilliant. And the check, and rook D1. Whoa.
Okay, I'm very confused.
Me as well. Check, king E8, king D1, bishop D7. This, and this. And it's a draw.
So do you think they were...
Beautiful.
I mean, they knew this before, right?
Looks like.
Because they spent some
like
time, so...
Both played relatively quickly. And I would argue, like for Grishuk, spending 15 minutes or whatever it was, 25 minutes, considering the increment, is nothing, right?
Yeah,
Maybe
of
he
course.
was thinking about, I don't know, what move 2 I should play. Right, for Andreikin, so maybe he was recalling, he decided, okay, there is nothing I can do, but there is one line that I can test my opponent.
Yeah.
If he knows, he knows, and apparently Grishuk knew it. So we have first result. It's a draw, which gives Shankland the chance to become a sole leader in Pool A if he wins. For Shankland, Queen C2, Knight F6, he replied Knight D2, after which the pawn on D4 was finally taken. Knight F3, black played B3. And white decided, then in this version he can swap the queens. E6, knight takes C2, and bishop to E7. Knight C4.
But it feels really nice for white.
Yeah. White is, I mean, I don't know how much, but he's clearly more pleasant / better. I mean, ideally, from positional standpoint, you wouldn't mind A4, A2 as the move, right?
Yeah.
There was one line in the Reti, I remember, like basically black has a choice to go for this structure, and then if at some point there is a pawn on b5, and if a4 and a6 is included, then black is fine. If the pawn is on a7, pawn is on a2, black's position is really bad. So here, pawn on a4, that means the semi-open b file can be used to pressure the b2 pawn, and maybe black gets counterplay, but still feels very good for white. So he castles. Already here, like, there is a feeling that white has a lot of options, right? I mean, simple moves like bishop e3 developing, right?
Bishop f4 maybe.
Bishop f4 to d6, right? And then you might think of some like quote-unquote clever moves, like knight a5, for instance, for whatever reason, right? To make it life for this knight a little bit more difficult.
Probably white should just give the pawn on c6.
Black just to sacrifice and try to play for an initiative. Yeah, right. I mean, especially in this case. Yeah, you're right. Okay, but and also the time situation, extra 15 minutes for Shankland. It's move 13, Bacro down to 49 minutes. Means he was not expecting it. Means that's an interesting try at the very least.
And it would be a big victory for Shankland if he manages to do it. And also for Grishuk, since he made a draw, is it mathematically even sort of impossible?
It's over, right. I mean, maybe there is, so he's on -2 with 2 rounds to go.
Yeah.
So the best he can hope for is a global tie of 4 players, like he wins 2 and somehow the other results.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's still not guaranteed that it's possible, and we will not figure this one out. But let's agree for Grishuk it's over. That kind of trying to qualify. For the other guys, it'll be tough for Bacro. I mean, unless he somehow wins this, which is very hard to imagine. It'll be hard for Bacro. So let's say he's left On the other hand, yeah, draw pretty much keeps the situation intact.
And also for Andreikin and Shankland is much easier to play since they didn't play in Berlin, so they're like, we have one more after this, so it's a bit psychological advantage, right?
Yeah, right. But for Andreikin, I'm not actually sure if he has one more, because he was supposed to play in Berlin and he was substituted by Yasipenko.
Yeah, I know that, but...
So I don't think he gets to play the second tournament. I think he just gets one stage and that is it.
But what is the point then? I mean, is it possible to qualify with
No,
only
it's
one
not
stage?
possible to qualify. It's just that, yeah, I mean, the tournament had to be played and so on.
Yeah.
Well, okay, anyway, so after castles, White has, as we said, quite a bit of a choice. Something that might be relevant, I'm just curious. Let's say White goes knight d4. Once again, I want this pawn to be targeted, right? And then I seemingly can keep the knight on d4, like rook d8, I have bishop e3, and so on. And what seemed to be relevant is this. If black goes c5, and my plan was to jump to b5 and something like knight c6. Maybe it's not such an achievement for White, now that I'm thinking.
And there is knight c7.
Ah, there is knight c7, you're right. Yeah, bishop c4, because probably the knight, yeah, I mean, knight a8 you just take, yeah. Bishop c4, rook, then b8 or c, even c8. So when I'm saying that it could be that this light square bishop is not that important, strangely.
Yeah.
Because first reaction, come on, to all the other pawn weaknesses, you give me a pair of bishops, right? But then, now that I'm looking at it, it's like d4 is a nice square, and also, of course, the fact that, once again, I want my pawn back, so at least that a3 would be possible. Yeah, with pawn on a4, like too many dark squares at black's disposal. So sometimes knight a5 as well. Knight a5, let's say, I don't know what the knight's going to knight b5. Even then, yeah, I mean, this is the pawn I have to care about. But what I mean, knight a5, bishop goes c4, you know, and this kind of initiative. So maybe even this is playable, and maybe black's position isn't that bad in reality. But still, one gets the feeling that it's very pleasant for White to play. And seriously, I'd be looking for the way to kind of put immediate pressure.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's important move for White.
B4, bishop e3 is kind of so-so move. I mean, you develop, but doesn't put immediate pressure. So perhaps, yes, it's a critical moment, and maybe a lot depends on it. Yeah, he actually did play bishop e3. Yeah, what I was saying, that it's an important moment, and maybe choosing the right move here actually makes difference if White gets anything at all, or black just equalizes.
Okay, so is it possible to play c5 now with same idea?
Yeah, let's see. c5. I still think White should try to exchange the bishops, right? Or maybe postpone it. There is no tactic, right? Or maybe there is a tactic. Look, counterintuitive move, castle long, and then after knight c6, I can do this, for instance. So the tactic I was happy about, it was bishop f1, knight c6, and two bishops are hanging. Yeah, and this one even with the check. But after knight a5, you probably take on a5, bishop a6, and I don't know what's that.
No, if the pawn was on a2, it would be so bad for black. But it's strange that such small difference can actually...
But maybe still it's, you know, so now all of a sudden I like my knight being on c2 because it covers... In this other line, I was bringing the knight to b5 or something. So knight on c2 might not be that bad. If only I would be able to find a plan here, which might be strangely pushing the kingside pawns. So that I'm threatening to disturb the knight and go rook d7. So black has to react by exchanging rooks. And then the more rooks I'm exchanging, it seems like the happier I am, because then the king can go. So maybe like White's plan is potentially like going g4 and g5. And so.
Maybe black can go c4. Is it possible?
Yeah, c4 is maybe even like critical. but also gives white extra chances because c4 pawn might be weak, right?
Yeah.
I'm still not sure what I'm supposed to do. Could be still something connected with g4. So that's certainly an option, right? Bishop e3 and then just castle 1, interestingly. Okay, so the other thing is that you can play knight d7, but then I'm finally happy with knight a5, I guess. Right? Or still not clear. Bishop f1. Regrettably, I cannot take this, right? I mean, I would be very happy to take this, but then the rook and the pawn on f3 are hanging.
No,
Knight e7, king h8, yeah, and I cannot make it work. So the rook's hanging. That's annoying.
Yeah.
So bishop f1, I will have to recapture on f1 with something. Let's say the rook. And who knows? And even rook fc8 for now. Like I don't like knight e5 because some tactic starts. Maybe it works for black. I don't know. f4. But I'm just lazy to calculate. I mean, that's why. Maybe it works for black. f4 check, king e2, knight takes. I was thinking rook b1, but it's not guaranteed, you know. Maybe it does work. Yeah. Knight is trapped. Rook b8, bishop d4.
And then some bishop d8. No, bishop d8 to knight c6.
Knight c6.
Yeah, it probably works.
Actually, rook b8, knight c6 immediately is very strong. As
yes,
well,
yes, of course.
So this is kind of calculations both players running through, I believe. And we will leave them doing this and go to pool B. Which one would you prefer?
Tabatabai.
Tabatabai and Giri. B5, I remember, was played pretty quickly.
Yeah.
A4, BA4, so at least I was able to guess this one correctly. White plays an ambitious move, d5. So swap here, bishop to g5, swap on g5, rook a4, and bishop to b7.
How to protect the
d5 pawn? It's not a disaster, right? Like if I go, say, knight f3, we swap and I take on a6, it's not a disaster for white. It's just that there is no advantage, apparently. But maybe not knight f3, maybe knight should go there, in fact. Queen d5 and... I was looking for a way to keep the queens this way or another, but I don't know. Rook d4 seems artificial. Anything else, that there'll be knight f4 and stuff.
Yeah.
So I should probably take and play knight c5, I'm guessing.
Yeah, but it feels like black should be able to.
Yeah, but black has no problem, I think. Yeah, it's and white should not have any problem. Yeah. So I think all that will be gone. A pawn, D pawn, and B pawn.
Yeah.
And it's just 3 versus 3. Yeah. To pose some problems, one should consider what? Bishop f3 doesn't really work.
Yeah, bishop d5.
Even bishop d5, yeah,
No,
because there is also like knight h4 first,
Yeah.
maybe, but bishop d5 seems good enough, right? Rook a5, there is bishop f3 attacking the queen. And yeah, not much you can do. Once again, white's probably not worse after, say, knight e4, bishop takes, like too many pawn weaknesses. But so is black. So it's black's also not worse. So very likely it's just equal position. So Giri, very solid, right? He won 2 games with white. Then yesterday he was very convincing, making a draw with this queen sacrifice.
Oh yes, right.
I actually asked him at dinner that was it preparation. He said no. Like the queen sacrifice wasn't prepared, so he.
No, we actually guessed it because he has spent some time for a previous move. So
he said like looking at the previous move, I was already considering, and then later on it turned out it wasn't the only move for black, so he could do something else. But yeah, but queen f3 was spectacular nevertheless. Actually, bishop f3. Bishop f3 is played. I'm guessing, yeah, takes, and there should be quite a few moves possible.
And can black ever get ambitious, let's say after knight h4, if somehow black manages to take the bishop and then...
like not to take on
Yeah.
d5, yeah, knight h4. I wonder what white does. Could it be that he plays bishop? Maybe knight h4 is not that clever now that I'm thinking, because after bishop e4, what do you do?
Oh,
Like you
black
cannot
can't
take
take, yeah.
this, right? Yeah. I was originally thinking f5, but who knows what's that? I mean, after f5, I kind of feel less stressed coming back to f3, because now, like, I'm just taking with the knight, the pawn stays. If the pawn stays, the bishop is bad. I might start having ideas like queen b3, rook b4, you know, attacking the bishop.
Instead of f5, was there...
Yeah, f5 was too
yeah,
stupid, probably.
f5 felt...
Rook e8 or something?
Yeah, rook e8, let's say.
And then probably g3. Probably maybe other rook to e8, in fact. To have a square for the bishop, interestingly. Not because you need the rook on f8, but to have the square for the bishop, right? So other rook to e8. And I mean, knight f3 is, no. That was brilliant, yeah? Knight f3 I thought was the move. I'm attacking the queen, so you have to trade. I'm taking back with the bishop. Queen g2 is the refutation. But g3 might work, yeah? G3 depends if you can or cannot take the d5 pawn now.
No, I wanted to say rook e4, but you just take with
Rook
knight.
e4,
Because,
knight e4, yeah.
there would be queen d2.
e4, knight e4, and what can you do?
No, this doesn't work.
Some people would suggest to do it in a different order. Queen d2, rook e4 would be funny, right? But it doesn't work, of course. Or
it's similar material like Adish had yesterday, actually, yeah. But it doesn't work.
Till what an extent doesn't it work?
It just
Black
takes on
resigns
h4.
Takes on h4, take a4, I'm not that unhappy. I mean, I know why it doesn't work, but I just got curious about this position, because this, for instance, I'm not kind of entirely convinced it doesn't work. Yeah, knight f3, king, say g2, and bishop d5. Probably, yeah, there is no point in getting overexcited. Rook d1, queen a6. Yeah.
You're using queen d7.
There was queen d7, yeah, there was queen d7 as well. No, but the worst for black is that when it was queen takes d2, bishop h7 just refutes the whole thing.
Ah, yes.
I guess. No.
Okay, king h8 is...
King h8.
But wait, what? I thought king h7 actually, but...
king h7, rook h4 check and take the queen.
Yeah,
king h8. Rook takes, you take here. It's a perpetual, not more than that. Maybe more than that.
Yes,
extra pawn. Extra pawn. Maybe give a check first with the bishop so that g5 is less scary. Whatever. It's an irrelevant line because it will never happen. Yep, bishop f3. Black is thinking.
Knight e5 is
Knight
no
e5,
difference, or
bishop e4.
No, f4 is a threat.
Now f4 is a threat. So it is different, but not in black's favor.
Yeah.
It's not in black's favor, the difference. Okay. Yeah, I think Anish is doing okay, but not more than that. And probably bishop d5 is just the move. And just go bishop d5, simplify it. And
it's not, I mean, is it
or
possible to take for sure? I'm just trying to understand. It is, or there is no tactics.
Yeah, like any kind of h4s and so on.
The problem
is
that
always
queen
bishop
is hanging.
f3. There's always bishop f3. Right, so the only worry that I would have is knight e4. And I guess now you can't play, or maybe you can, queen e5, rook a5. But it feels shaky, right? It feels shaky. And Moreover,
Yeah, queen d5.
like queen d5, knight f6. I mean, black certainly cannot be better here, but he can be worse with such pawns.
Yeah.
So that's something to avoid. After knight e4, you probably take, bishop takes. Now it's clear that white doesn't risk anything. After rook move, I mean, if you're scared, you take the knight, take one of the pawns. I mean, rook a7, we don't believe seriously, right?
Yeah.
a7, queen d4 or something. Yeah, so probably rook b8 is what happens, and then you take this, I take this, you take this.
Yeah.
Just a draw. Okay, solid from Anish, what can I say?
So with Yugo Hare Krishna, we can...
Vidyugov with Hare Krishna. And what's the situation there? Vidyugov is the closest pursuer.
Yes.
So let's say
Yeah.
Anish makes a draw, let's imagine, and Vidyugov wins. It will be half a point. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
already something. Can Vidyugov win? We are about to find out. Rook e8, h3, h6, knight h2, d5 finally, and knight g4, and knight f6, and rook takes. Okay, okay. Solved here, bishop d2, rook b8, queen f3. Interesting. Interesting decision to go queen f3 and not b3. If you play b3, you might not be able to go. Yeah, because of course, I think it's fine if I say of course here, you'd prefer to have this and this. Not to care about black playing b3,
Yeah.
but then probably queen c6, and then yeah, I'm kind of attacking c2, and it will be hard to get queen f3 at all.
Yeah.
Because like queen g4, I'll always take. c2 is more valuable than h6, right? There is
Yeah.
not enough pieces to come up with the real attack, so h6 is kind of not very important. Rook a2, rook is getting stuck. Rook c1, rook b5, a5 is weak. Yeah, so it's basically this queen is glued to c2 forever. Black's probably better. As simple as that. Queen f3 though, if white's on time with like this and maybe something, there is also bishop h6 threat because f6 is hanging. But still b3.
Yeah, can black try to play b3?
b3 might be a critical move. You could possibly include rook e1, but that's about it, right? So at first, let's probably check what happens if white takes. What do we do? Take with the rook, maybe?
There are so many moves also, it's not...
Bishop h6, rook e1. Yeah, bishop h6, maybe. It's still a tricky position, right? Because I was saying how safe the king is, not enough pieces, but maybe maybe it's not as safe as it seems.
Maybe queen b5,
Queen b5,
yeah.
that's what I want to do.
Rook d1?
Rook d1, perhaps, yeah. But then, even like, if I'm super dumb and I just want to draw, taking this and taking... no. This only confirms I'm super dumb because after rook e1 I might be in trouble. The rook is getting stuck. Can't return to the first rank. I mean, I'm afraid of such scenarios because it's not an immediate checkmate, but some rook e5, rook e4, basically defending the king being your rook down.
Yeah.
So it's better not to play in such a primitive way. Then I'm taking one of the pawns, maybe b2 with the idea to go rook b1, who knows. Probably nothing special, if anything, for white at all. So b3 seems possible, at least.
Okay, c3 is never an option, right?
Yeah. I mean, we leave our opponent with a passed pawn on the b file. So perhaps the other argument could be, does black have a comfortable way of equalizing without b3? It's like, why care calculating b3 if say, I have king h8 and everything's fine? Yeah, king h8 is not fine because bishop h6, but maybe there is a move. Which one?
No, rook b5, bishop h6.
Yes,
right?
still this bishop h6 works in most of the times, yeah? Most of the times, unless I'm protecting the bishop. Technically, this could be the move. Queen d8. Looks ugly.
Very ugly.
Yeah, but it protects the bishop, and if I'll play c5 later on, it's like a5 will be targeted. But no, I don't believe it. Like, now this is the moment we go b3, right? And c5 allows some queen c6. This is exactly where you get in trouble, perhaps.
No, queen on e8 also looked very
Queen
good.
on
Like
e8
it was defending a lot
good,
of
yeah.
squares, and queen b5 is gone.
Yeah, no, I mean, how I came up to this queen d8 conclusion, because white kind of wants to play rook e1 sooner or later, plus this bishop h6 was...
Maybe queen e5, is that...
Queen e5,
Yeah.
And kind of saying that any time you go rook e1, I'll take the
Yeah.
pawn, yeah? So rook e1, black takes, let's say white takes on h6.
No,
black
b3,
goes b3,
yeah.
and it's a mess. And it's a good mess for black, right?
Probably.
Probably good mess for black. Oof.
And
But as
queen
I
e5
said-
feels also a bit strange.
Yeah.
It's running into some bishop f4 also. But also queen on c5 would be good.
Queen on
Yeah.
c5 would be good, yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
But still, I guess like if we can play b3, we absolutely should play b3. And then see what happens. Technically, there might be some really funny moves, like queen e6.
b3 or rook e1.
e1 though, yeah, rook e1. I mean, I was planning to go to a2, but this is a bit too much. This is a bit too much. Bishop h6, queen b2, you know, so I'm playing almost like a queen down. Queen will not come back anytime soon, but b2 pawn is important pawn. Right? So the argument was that if you don't do this, if you play b3, then I'm probably on time with this and this. Like rook e1, queen d5.
And how is this endgame? It's always fine for black, right?
No, wait a second.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's always fine if material's equal. I'm just dropping the pawn on b4, so it's not fine.
And yeah.
Takes, yeah. I mean, I thought like a5 is attacked, everything's good, but yeah, bishop b4 wins the pawn and protects a5.
Yeah.
This is not a fine endgame. Oof.
Okay, I think he will take some more time.
Yeah, I mean that's the problem with Vitigov. He makes commentators' life hard. That's what I keep saying. Yeah, so Harry will be thinking, yeah, maybe it is a problematic position after all, because yeah, b3, you can never be sure that you've calculated everything. It gets a bit messy, and at least at first glance, it's not easy to spot kind of, you know, like go-to solutions. So let's say I do this and it's fine. Yeah, so we tried few moves and always there are some worries. Maybe all of them work, maybe two of them work, but always you're uncertain.
No, but I did like queen e5.
Bishop g5 could be a try to
bishop
simplify stuff. Bishop g5, we probably should consider rook e1.
Queen b5?
Yeah, queen b5 or queen d7. Because queen d7 to kind of keep this protected could be also a move. Queen b5, queen b5 and take with queen.
Yes.
Yeah, if I'm trading it,
Yes.
or when I'm trading, because I have to trade. Yeah. And then white has the file, but a5 is hanging. Yeah,
Queen c6 maybe.
Very unlikely that white will be better.
I just queen
right?
a5.
Yeah, queen a5, and you have a check with trade, and you take f7, and I don't think.
Or on d4, I can maybe
I
take.
don't
also.
think you win.
Yeah.
Give a check and take on d4, but that's once again
of
material
course.
equal.
Yes.
Material equal, so it's not that white will win this one. Okay, so let's move on. This was that somehow it's not very exciting. It's solid, but not very exciting. Pool C, Fedoseev and Rapport. These guys should be exciting. Ooh, Bishop E7, you were right, Knight D2. Rook C1, Bishop F5. So we had it.
We actually,
right?
yes,
we
guessed it
had
correctly. Yeah.
But then C4, and that's something that we didn't have. So we stopped, or I kind of forced you to stop, said, okay, that can't be anything. And I was wrong, apparently, because C4, and I mean, black kind of forced to react, right?
Yeah.
Because Knight D7, let's say, it'll be better for white. Like takes B5 twice, so takes B5, takes A7. Yeah, somehow white is, at least we can say, more active and so on. Yeah. So black decided to capture, kill Knight D7 now, Bishop F3, Rook C8, and Rook A6.
So it's actually very similar to Shankland-Bakro type of position, at least.
Yeah.
And white is pawn down, right?
White's pawn down, but I'm ready to claim he has a very serious compensation. And actually, I'm not sure what the move for black is. Because Knight C5, which I thought was tempting, actually loses to this. Yeah, you can save a piece. If you don't play Knight C5, how do you protect this guy? Or maybe you don't protect it at all. Rook B8. Okay, if we find something against Rook B8, then I'll start to believe white's better.
Yeah, Rook B8 looks good.
Rook B8, kind of okay. I'm ready to get rid of those two, but eliminate the last white pawn. Maybe still some. No, knight. It already allows Knight E5. Yes, it feels off.
Maybe there is some Rook A7 because this bishop on E7 will be hanging. Let's say, yeah, Rook A7 now.
Rook A7 now.
And now if
so
I can make it work,
and somehow do something. G4, Bishop E6 doesn't help. Knight E5, I'll just take.
F3 is hanging, yeah.
Yeah, maybe there's not much white can do.
Yeah.
But yet again, yeah, black has to identify the moment, because there was one thing, this Knight C5, and then I thought, okay, let's panic seriously, let's go Knight B8. And believe it or not,
just Rook A5
might be losing to Rook A5 in connection with Knight B6.
Yeah.
So it might be even like not simply bad, but lost, interestingly. It's no fun position anyway. I mean, if you play Knight B8, white moves the rook, even without this Knight B6 threat. So yeah, Fedoseev does have some pressure. It's once again very important game for Fedoseev and for the outcome of this group, because yeah, he's half a point behind Rapport. If he wins, it means kind of turns the situation for him and Rapport upside down. But let's not forget we have Vidit as well.
One more leader, yeah.
And Vidit plays with Shirov and already is a pawn up.
So Queen G4.
Queen G4 indeed was played. Queen D5, Bishop H6, and he captures on E5. It's simple as that. Rook FD8. Huh. Simply controlling the D file, yeah? Queen F6, Rook D7, H3, and Knight C4. So once Queen E5 or Queen F5 maybe.
Actually, I think Rook FD8 was the only move in that position.
Here.
Now that I look at it, yes. Because you can't go to F file, Rook D1 and Rook D8, right? And and you can't go anywhere else because of Queen F6 and...
Yeah, like Rook E8, Queen F6,
yeah. So it's really
fair
strange.
enough, fair enough. So that's kind of really means that Rook D8 was the only move. F6, Rook D7, and it's not much you can do, H3, Knight C4. Can he go Rook D1? Would be my question.
Very important question.
And then queen e5. So this is how it works for black. Unexpectedly. Queen e5. The queen's attacked, and if you take, knight e5 protects the rook, right? Maybe that's not the end. Because now you play bishop f4. And I mean, if black trades and gives the d file, I don't think white risks anything.
But black does have to take, right?
He could try rook d8. That's what I thought. I mean, other rook to d8.
But then takes rook d1.
Rook f8. Yeah, but still white doesn't. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Rook d1. For some reason, in one line, I'm saying white doesn't risk much, but here white actually risks to win all of a sudden. So maybe black's holding, but what for would you go for it?
Yeah.
Okay, so rook d1 then at least kind of challenges black, right? I don't think you take this guy. Simply check on e6, right?
Yeah.
Check on e6. I mean, with such a king, you don't want to be playing with such a king, right? One more check, perhaps, just to make sure that this pawn is gone. Takes over here. King goes. Oops. The threat of a checkmate is real, so rook d7 is the only move. And I thought b3. Even this, right? This check takes. I mean,
maybe some h4 also.
h4, h5.
Just,
It feels with such a king, black cannot be better and easily can be worse. And this is where you stop your analysis, your calculation, right? So yeah, perhaps it's some force in line with queen e5 and so on. So like rook a to d1, queen e5, and then you probably trade, right? No, I mean here queen h4 would be too much. So you trade, then you can't take, right? Because knight d7, and then the knight goes to b6, d5, or f6, d5. 6, d5.
Yeah, bishop f4
so bishop
was
f4
just...
logical. We said has to take, right? And then where the knight's going. Maybe white's better all of a sudden. This? Maybe this is
rook
fine.
d7.
Rook d7, yeah, and rook c8 or e5 even.
e5, I thought bishop g5. Like white is controlling so much.
5 bishop g5 and you want to
Bishop
go to
f6,
f6.
yes.
Yeah, you want to go to f6. It's not like I'm very happy playing rook c8, you know, with your rook being on 7th rank. I agree. So funny enough, we might get a full transposition after rook f8, and then I want to play rook f7.
Yeah.
And you can take on c7 with the rook, right? Because I think this has to be harmless for black.
At least.
Because he'll be very fast, yeah, like getting the king to d5 and so on.
Also, these two pawns seem weak, but they might be.
Yeah, sometimes even
strong,
black would be better because you control a lot of center with like a 4 pawn, a 5 pawn, king on d5. Yeah, sometimes white will have to be a little bit careful. Oof, very sharp, very confusing. And one more time, like both pending, spending a lot of time on.
And there is no way to stop really queen e5 or queen f5, let's say.
Yeah.
It's just...
Yeah, I think it's an absolutely correct line.
b3 also
b3,
queen e5,
queen e5, yeah, exactly. b3, queen e5. I mean, you could try to keep the queens if you want, but are you better here? I mean, I don't understand. This is possible, this is possible. I don't think white has any objective reason to go for it. So probably this rook d1 and so on is what he has to try. Unless some, no. Thinking, does a4 make any sense? Probably not.
A4 is interesting, actually.
Yeah, but what's the difference? Like
yeah.
A4 before? Ah, and maybe in some positions
Yes,
with
maybe,
bishop
but
against knight. Yeah, strangely.
It's very deep. So he played rook a1.
He played rook a1. Yeah. Played rook a1, queen e5 we expect to be played quickly. Technically, you do have rook f7, it seems, right?
There's queen h4, and then rook d8.
Ah, queen h4 and rook d8. You're absolutely right. Yeah. So I cannot do this. Yeah, queen e5 being the only move, and yeah, then probably capture and bishop f4 and so on. And so on.
So we can continue to pull the. Let's hope we'll have more
So
interest.
far, where is the game of games where we are super excited? I don't remember any. Oh, perhaps MVL's game.
Yes,
MVL's game will become, let's say, it's almost there.
Yeah.
Like the Sicilian, where things are setting up for the big fight. Oh, so, Mamedyarov, Queen B3 was the last time we've seen it. Interestingly, not Queen E7, but Queen G6. Okay, King H1, Rook B8. It's an awkward way. 5, Bishop G4, turned out to provoke F3. D1, Knight C6, D2, and Queen G5. Kind of awkward for both players. So how do we being white player, protect E3, other than take on F5, which I'm not very happy doing, apparently.
Maybe rook b2.
And like take with the C pawn.
But
B2, I'd say black takes and take with the C pawn and rook E8, rook A3 or
it's so weird, but yeah.
But pawn structure is really in white's favor, right? You wish you never went King H1 in such positions,
To have
right?
king
Yeah, like to have some G3, King F2 regrouping. But the pawn structure would be good.
And rook
Yes,
b2, I might be threatening knight c6. I'm not so sure, but
Yeah, in some cases.
in some
right,
cases,
in some
yeah.
cases. Because I was thinking it's kind of something straightforward like that, and I don't know, rook d1, knight a5 is probably nothing. Queen b5, and you go back to c6. So I have quite a few moves with the tempi, but
there is e4, yeah.
ah, there is e4 though.
Might be very strong.
e4 might be a bit annoying, yeah. Or might be a bit annoying. Maybe I'm better off playing b6, so now e4 I can go queen f4. If you end up taking with the pawn, yeah, I have a blockade. But still, I mean, I'm not sure if white is any better at all, but at least stuff happens, right? So certainly something to calculate for the players. But that was the straightforward thing, like go rook d1. Maybe you just take and start doing such things, you know, queen b5 to keep the pawn protected. I actually might have some little ideas, like a6, queen e5, queen c5 I was hoping to play. The bishop, though, is terrible. Again. I want to undo the move, the previous move. Or two moves, actually. May I kind of apply so that the pawn goes back to f2, the king goes back to g1, and then I'm much more comfortable putting the bishop on f3 and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of those weird moments where you have, I wanted to say 8 games, well, 7 games. And none of those makes your, heart rate to speed up.
Okay, let's check Predkivash here.
Yeah. Let's not forget. Yeah, there is one more.
That was promising.
There is one more. Wow, it is. So bishop b3 h6, bishop e3 knight e5. Yeah, this is typical Sicilian jumping. Yeah, rook c8, king to b1. b5, f4, and knight to g4.
Oh, it feels like black manages to create serious counterplay, like faster than white did. Because let's say bishop goes somewhere else, let's say g1, then rook c3 might be a serious option.
Rook c3, yes. Now, I was thinking, honestly, to not to care about the bishop, but to go, say, f5. To use the fact that the bishop is on b3. But there are issues. Like this might be a thing.
Is it possible to take on c3 or is it too much?
But I don't know what we want. I mean, that's the point.
No,
like,
because e4 was hanging. That
like,
was
yeah,
my idea.
Here you're right. e4 is actually hanging.
No, but even then, g4 is hanging in that case.
So takes here.
Yeah.
And it's one check.
Yeah, it's just one check.
Yeah. King a1, whatever. King a1, knight d1, king b2. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, of course, capturing on c3 is... Who said this? Because I remember they were mentioning Kasparov, but I'm not sure if it's his quote or him quoting someone. So the exchange sacrifice on c3 in the Sicilian is a matter of a chess culture. So you don't have to calculate means. I mean, you can. So you do possess a great chess culture.
No, but maybe we can just show that. Let's say rook c3 always black has to always check for bishop d2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's how
like,
white.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Rook c3.
Okay, in this case there is b4 after bishop d2, but generally let's say
b4, yeah. Even then, yeah, it's just a mess.
It's too much.
Just a mess. Bishop g1. Actually, bishop g1 might not be all that bad because e5 is a threat. Rook h3 is a kind of a defensive resource later on. Bishop g1, in a way, might be critical because, like, let's say I'm claiming if you don't sacrifice now, maybe the position is bad, right? Even though b4, I don't have a square for the horsey.
Yeah.
I don't have the square for the horsey, which might not be once again the end of the game. Funny enough.
No, but I like
because this and it's no, wait. You can take twice. Yeah, that's bad. That is bad. So f5.
Yeah, I like f5.
It's not me, it's him. He played d5. Alexander Predke, who actually is down to 20 minutes. Okay, this is the game. This is the game, I believe, which will be extremely interesting. Because the movie e5 means white has something, or thinks that he has something concrete, direct, straightforward.
So I guess black has to take everything,
Wait
right?
twice, yeah? That's the feeling. So d takes, hard to think of anything but f takes. Then, yeah, like taking on e3. The simple would be to say that queen e3 and where do you go?
Yeah.
Knight g4. Well, maybe he's kind of not resigning yet. Knight g4 and h5, but it feels really, really dangerous. Once again, not sure. Queen e2, queen f4, h5, and knight e4. And, too many tricks, too many threats. So seriously, black has to take twice. d5, fe5, and knight e5.
No, do you think
that's exactly what happened.
Do you think, for example, okay, let's say MVL. I mean, was he calculating this e5, or he's just playing by intuition this kind of positions?
So why so quickly after e5? No, probably that's one of the moves you think about, like entering the whole sequence. Like, okay, h6, here. Okay, h6 maybe you just decide, okay, h6 needed, bishop e3. And now I think, like, if you go here, you do realize that one day f4 will happen rather sooner than later, right?
Yeah.
So you're probably getting prepared for this f4, and then the logical, one of the logical, okay, f5 is logical, right, to set up this on kind of on fire, or e5 for breaking through. So now comes the interesting moment. Because black is pawn up, he can, in fact, play positionally by returning the knight to g4 or going to c4, right? So it's up to white to show, I don't know, what he was planning, to show what kind of combination he was hoping to come up with. I'm not sure yet.
He's also not making the move immediately.
Yes, on knight f5, I'm guessing. I don't know. Or it's too much. It's kind of knight f5. Yeah, now it's time for brilliancies. This. And then you go to g4. Okay, I mean, what I was hoping for is some sort of knight c4, bishop f6, gf6. I don't know if it works. Probably it doesn't. And then you are threatening bishop e6. So I probably have to continue, giving up material, and then it either works or doesn't. I mean, probably doesn't.
Yeah.
But at least I've given quite a few checks, right? Bishop d6. Okay.
Bishop d6.
Bishop d6, queen f3, and it will eventually run away to b8. Will eventually run away. But it was fun sacrificing stuff.
No, there should be something.
Much less fun for Predke, I have to say,
course,
because it's his pieces, not my pieces. And yeah. Well, technically, this wins the pawn back. You are sad about making a move like this, but sort of wins the pawn back, right? Because before bishop g7, I don't think works for black, and otherwise, yeah, e5 knights hanging, g7 pawns hanging, so black pretty much is forced to take on h6.
And also after rook h6, black will not be able to castle anymore. So
yeah.
It's not...
Not that he needs to castle.
Yeah, that's
he
true.
might be safe here, right? So like rook g6 all of a sudden.
No, it feels sad to give this bishop.
Yeah, because now you have all those options of, kind of chasing white's queen, because pretty much any endgame is much better for black immediately with two bishops and kind of more compact structure. Yeah. So like, if you play bishop h6, that means once again, as yesterday's discussion, it might be the strongest move in the position, right? But if you have to play bishop h6, that means something was wrong previously.
Yeah.
Something was wrong previously. So, well, you want, again, knight f5 to work, knight d5 to work, so some kind of knight takes e6. Speaking of which, knight e6, nonsense. Knight e6, f e6, yeah.
No, it's strange he's taking the time, because of course he was calculating this position.
Yeah, exactly.
G4 always there is taking,
G4
h5.
And also it's not like black knight is terribly misplaced, right? As we agreed, knight c4 is a legit square for the knight, where it probably will have to be taken.
There is some bishop d2, but after b4, black will get rid of the pin and defend the knight at the same time.
Bishop d2, b4 indeed. And then maybe knight d5, and I'm blundering knight c3 check.
Yeah.
So I was hoping that maybe this will cause some confusion. No, it won't, because check and queen takes queen. Oof.
No, he might have missed something. I mean, during his calculation, because he...
Yeah, the sequence, like you go e5, one of the most forcing moves in the position, and then you start thinking after this pawn was sculptured. That's... Yeah, and right, one has, sometimes has to double check, but like spending more than 5 minutes when you have 20 left
Yeah, of course.
in the sharp position, move 17, yeah, he does go for bishop h6, but that's, once again, it's not necessarily terrible for white, but yeah, that's something that MVL apparently is happy with.
No, just rook h6, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, as you said, queen c7, then later on, yeah. Feels wrong.
Yeah, just takes, and queen c7, for instance. Yeah, you probably have to keep the queens somehow. Queen e2. But yeah, but black is so safe. Once again, everything's protected. You can even play some king f8, rook g6, and
Yeah.
maybe b4. Yeah.
And also, bishop on b3 is very bad.
Yeah,
that's why I liked f5.
Yeah, now it turns to be, it's kind of a defensive piece, so it protects the king, but it's passive itself. Like in this Sozin attack, right? Sometimes you get f4, f5, you force black to play e5, and sometimes you can sacrifice the exchange to have this bishop. And in other lines, like this f5 doesn't work for some reason, and you end up with this bishop till the end of the game doing nothing.
Yeah.
Only getting chased by those pawns. Okay, so potentially, this will be the first
decisive game.
Yeah,
indeed.
could be the first decisive game. And then, yeah, let's go backward then.
It happens.
Mamedyarov and Yu Yangyi indeed rook b2 and trade on d4 happen. So one more time. b6, fair enough. Fair enough, and especially using the fact that a, b, you can take with the rook, trade on b2, take on e3. So b6 pretty much forces a6.
Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe
really,
not.
yeah.
Maybe not. Yeah, that was for some reason. Yeah, you can make a move, and then take on b8 when he takes on a5. Yeah, that's right. Not that I see an obvious drawback after of a6. It's like, yeah, that's like the pawn on the square of the bishop, but it's a pawn on a6, right? So it's not some random pawn somewhere.
Then black is the first one who will
take the c file.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, takes the c file, and it's super important. Yeah.
Yeah.
Super important. Or even rook c8.
No, b6 is a
b6
good move.
Clever, yeah. b6 is clever. So freeing the rook. And the fact that white has this king on h1 might actually kind of backfire. Because like now some sharp things starting to happen and you have no time whatsoever, right, to play. It's like one move is not enough. If you play king g1, this will be hanging with check, so it's kind of really bad for all the tactical sequences. So you're going to need king g1, king f2, and then there is actually a check, so you need 3 moves to relax and say, yeah, okay, king is safe, everything's protected. Yeah. White will never get 3 moves in this position. So I'm starting to be a little worried about white having or not having the equality. Okay, let's play random move, yeah?
Well, let's say there is no way for white to simplify the position. That's very annoying. Let's say he can't trade the bishops or something. Just no such option. E3 is... actually.
Maybe he can, in fact, do this. Because AB, I'm happy, or I presume I'm happy to take, right? Take, and trade. And this is promising for white for sure, because all those 3 pawns are isolated, right? So rooks should be able to collect all 3 of them. Yeah, this is, I mean, might not be winning with black creating some clever counterplay quickly, but That's certainly something that white's not against. So interesting. Maybe bishop d3 is what we need to do, right? But then bishop e6, even if you don't want to trade. Or just don't take on a5, play something else.
No, black is also threatening to take on a5 actually, because I mean this queen b8 with bishops on the board, I'm not that sure it's good.
Yeah, because e3 once again, e3 is hanging. If you drop e3, your opponent has the queen, and your bishop runs into some tempi. That might be not what you're dreaming about. Anyway, but here it's like it's not exciting yet. I mean, you understand how tense the game is, right?
Yes,
I mean, it's a lot of tension and a lot of stuff people calculating, but still the moves they're making for now, they are not like, well, what a move. While in this game, there are already some interesting things happening. So let's go backwards. Let's go from pool D to pool C, to pool B to pool A. Sheriff with Vidit. Rook endgame and a draw, I predict.
I thought they made
Rook
draw.
A to D1. Knight c4, interestingly, and knight d6. The thing is you can't take because rook d8. Clever Vidit.
No, I just thought instead of b3, rook d7 was an option, no? Try to enter with the rook.
You're right. And maybe this is where he... no, rook f8, you can go to h6.
This is
so
nice.
there won't be rook f7. And then you can you sort of have all the tempi in the world. So you go there, you go b3, right? This is we might show this one, like b3, and then knight e5, rook e7. I guess it's fine, Knight here, you can go g4. I mean, that's a scary thing for black, I'm guessing, to be left in some position like that, because I mean, maybe you are not losing, but you can practically never be better with this rook on 7th rank unless white blunders in one move. Maybe bishop f4 was more precise, in fact. Bishop f4 forced him to play e5, then go here, right? And then from c5 as well in some positions. So that's certainly not what black wants. So he needs to find some more active play. Sheriff went b3, knight d6. Now it turns out you can't take. Rook d4, king f7. Kind of implying that that's the last moment you can take.
Yeah, because of king.
King e7 simply, So takes, and then what's the easiest way of making draw is rook c8 simply? Maybe, right? I don't think this is any good.
Probably
like
rook d2.
Meanwhile, we have a result. One more result. Yeah, let's not forget. Tomorrow's the free day, so people do not want to upset each other. They are fine with draws. I presume that's yet another draw for Tabatabai and Giri. Wait, how did it go? Oof, no. 94, he captured, Took here, rook b8. Yeah. Brilliant. Brilliant. White was up a pawn, but not for long. So pretty much an opening line, which Giri perhaps had somewhat more deeper, had deeper analyzed.
So it's very good tournament for him so far. Like 3 out of 4, right?
3 out of 4, and okay, depends on Vidigo, of course, but so far very comfortable situation. 2 rounds to go. In one of them in the last round he will have the white pieces. In the last round he will have the white pieces. Not bad at all. So where we were, Sheriff Vidit. Sherov still thinking, yeah, but
He should take on d6, right?
looks like well. Now that he's thinking for so long, I'm guessing, could it be that some c4 with the idea to go c5 with the idea to go rook d7? But still, oh, sorry, yeah, c4. Black apparently takes, right? And this, let's say, no, that's just stupid. Like,
Maybe a4 instead of c5. Was it?
so you want to wait even further?
Because I don't see how black can.
Maybe he can. Rook c8 and knight f7. But then you take,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And at least it's like serious pressure. Maybe once again, maybe not winning, but it's like everything's better.
Yeah.
Bishop against knight, the structure, the rook's more active. Yeah, maybe c4 is an alternative to just making a draw with bishop d6, and maybe that's why he's thinking. Okay, Fedoseev rapport, checking this one. He did go rook b8. So rook a6, rook b8, takes a7.
He didn't take on
And
b3.
rapport didn't take on
interest.
b3.
So we're missing something.
I don't know. Knight a5.
Knight a5? Yeah.
Knight a5. And it is that awkward, right? Because after that, you. Wait a second. What do you do after rook a5?
Yeah, just knight c6
But rook c6.
and bishop c6 because rook is defended.
The rook
Yes.
is defended. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what stopped me. That's what stopped me because I thought, yeah, I mean, perhaps
Yeah.
we have to show that, yeah, knight e7 is a threat even if the bishop leaves.
Yes, yes,
right?
yes,
Even if
yes.
the bishop leaves, like white can trade and go knight e7. So after knight c6, it's not much you can do. Wait a sec. Is this holding by any chance? No, knight e. I don't understand chess at all. Take this. This one's hanging with a check, right? So check. Bishop takes.
Yeah,
Rook takes. Knight a5. And there is rook a1 at the end, which is very annoying. So could it be that or there should be some move? Wait a second. Do we believe in such things?
No,
Nah, check
no
on
way.
c1,
No,
sorry.
no.
And same rook a1.
Yeah,
come on.
Yeah, no.
Oof.
But this is easy to miss king f8.
Yeah, like the move king f8, if it works even, yeah? The other argument could be that I go bishop f8. I want to take on b3. If you go knight a5, now I have this knight e5 thing, yeah? So maybe he just considers it to be a safer move. And if you want to take c6, I mean, you are free to do this somehow, but it won't be with the knight, so it won't be as annoying, perhaps, yeah. Black can even prepare one move, kind of one move further by going bishop e6, once again targeting this guy, yes. So you'll never be able to play b4.
Somehow I should try to defend it.
Like knight d2? Or
Knight d2, but then knight e5
knight
again.
d2, yeah. This is unpleasant. Like the moment this knight leaves, knight e5 happens.
Knight
He
e5.
does go knight a5.
Yeah.
So now, this. No, I think it's just a draw, perhaps.
Maybe he wants to move the bishop, let's say bishop e2.
But then even c6 is not hanging. Some bishop f4.
Or bishop a6 also.
Bishop a6. Like
But
half
it feels,
threads.
yeah,
It feels
half
like
threads, exactly. Yeah.
you go in kind of in the wrong direction
Yes,
by the
yes,
feeling, yeah. Yeah, sometimes it actually happens in your game. It's like there is what you believe to be the correct line, but it doesn't work at the end. Yeah, and then you start looking at some like weirder and weirder moves, just not to go for. I'd say you want to win this game, or you need to win this game by the tournament situation, and then there is like a fair line which is clearly a draw at the end, and then you start looking at really stupid moves just to, and sometimes it gets really funny, like you convince yourself to believe that, yeah, okay, now I will do this, and my opponent will make a mistake, and very often,
usually doesn't
very
happen,
often it ends badly. Yeah. So being objective, staying objective is very important during the chess game. And yeah, being objective here is probably accepting that it's a draw. The number of draws increasing since we go into the tournament, interestingly. So people getting somewhat tired, perhaps. Okay, so Shirov did it. Maybe Shirov, if the c4 thing works, maybe he'll get a slight pressure. Fedoseev, Fraport, I mean, I don't see how it will be that the pawns are not exchanged one for the other. And then it's probably just a draw. What else? Giri made the draw already in Pool B, so it's Vityugov and Hare Krishna who are playing.
B3 was played.
So here something has happened. B3 was played, but later, because he started with Queen E5, Queen C6, and Queen E6, and Queen to C5, B3, Rook E1, and Queen E7. So he kind of achieved something, but not really.
You mean white?
I thought so, yeah. Is it ever like moving the c-pawn? Hard to believe, once again. Like it's so solid. A6 is maybe kind of half weakness.
It feels easier to play with black. Like Rook B5 will come. These pawns might be weak.
Yeah, so that's why I was kind of debating with myself. Can I do this, for instance?
I have to take.
Claiming, maybe you don't have to, but I'm kind of claiming, this controls some important squares, blah, blah. Let's imagine you take, bishop takes, then Queen D3, bishop F6, let's assume black doesn't want. So he takes here, and I believe I'm forced to take with the queen.
Okay, no,
Can white be better, no?
No, I thought I have to include Rook B5 instead of...
Maybe, maybe. But even then, I mean, even without Rook B5 this position, can white be better? I don't think so. I mean, it's an equal material. Yes, B3 pawn, but it's not weak. It's not weak, so that's all pointless, it seems. Taking on B3, Rook B3, right? I was even thinking, like, but I have no time to take this.
Yeah, Rook B5.
Oh, Rook
or
B2
Rook B2
first,
actually,
you attack
B2.
the bishop, and
like
pretty much any move you can put something on B5, Rook B5 or Queen B5.
Yeah.
So, right. I mean, still a lot of tension, still a lot of stuff to calculate, but very likely a draw. I can hardly see this one not being a draw once again.
So we can go to Shankland.
And Shankland, Shankland. Okay, I mean, Shankland will be trying. That's the no. I mean, if I'm allowed to speak about like serious advantage, but it's clearly that it's white who has more pleasant position. Knight to E5 is what he's done. Bishop F1, Rook F1, Knight D7 from F6, back to C4. King E2, Knight B6, and Knight D2. Which brings me to a question, why not Knight A5? Bishop D8, possibly. Okay, whatever. That's the current situation there. Rook B8. might play
A5.
A5, yeah, which is sort of double-edged a little.
Yeah.
A5, knight
D7.
D7, right? Knight C4, I'm guessing.
There is knight E5.
Knight E5, yeah, knight A3. It's a little bit ugly, but there is, right? No, this is not how you get the advantage, right?
There might even be some knights. No, I thought knight A5, but it's too much because, yeah.
Maybe you can play, I don't know, rook B3, some move like that. I mean, why white is better? I mean, I was so happy that I can hold my knight on C4, but that's just nonsense. So A5 we probably don't touch. We need a good move with white, so that B pawn is not in danger. Maybe it's not possible to do anything. You know, like we are used to the fact that with this, you know, with this structure, or these pawns rather, like, so the pawn on C5 against the B pawn, it's better for white. And some factors that we are looking at, like the king in the center, one would expect, yeah, it's an endgame, the king in the center is good. But yeah, but some other factors, like the knight on C2, I've never seen in such positions. And maybe that's a key factor. Maybe the knight on C2 is just too bad. B3, but this B3 feels like it's always going to run into something.
Yeah, I thought bishop F6, but actually C5 is possible to take probably.
How about this move? How about we blunder a pawn immediately? I don't know what. B takes. Perhaps. Just B takes.
Yeah.
Because I thought if knight takes, yeah, I mean, I can take, I can go rook B2, knight A5, and somehow there'll be a lot of jumping, yeah? If bishop B6, once again, I take with the rook, B takes, rook B2, and some comes from all the possible angles. But the most natural response to C4 will be to take and maybe not even say thank you. BC4 and that's it.
Oh, it's still.
Yeah, it's still, of course,
Bishop F6.
It's not absolutely pointless. Yeah. Black still has at least some ideas, some threats. Bishop F6, there is knight A5, rook C8 things.
Yeah.
I won't be surprised if objectively black still kind of holds, but maybe there is no point. Like we had equal material and then all of a sudden we'll be pawned down. Maybe we start with knight A5 on the other hand.
Knight A3.
Knight A3 and then, don't know.
But then
now
C4
because also this guy is hanging, yeah?
But now bishop B6.
In some lines. Bishop B6, rook B6, same. Because I mean, you cannot take on C4 with the knight twice, right?
Yeah.
You can exchange. I mean, you can, but then I take B3, and it's like it cannot be better for white. I mean, in my opinion, right? So you probably take like that and take like that, but then again, rook. No, it's less clear, right? Less clear because there is no knight. Rook B2 is without a tempo, so rook maybe still okay.
No, but
rook B1, rook B8. You trade, go rook B1 again.
And rook A2 then.
Okay, 2 check, bishop F8. Again, you know, all those positions, they seem to offer black enough counterplay. Just that the initial one is probably not bad enough for me to go for these sacrifices. Once again, sometimes it helps really to be a lazy player because you don't want to calculate and you come up with more and more different ideas without calculating a single one, and eventually you might come with something clever. Or not. That's also a possibility. So bishop F6, the pawn on C5 can be taken, right? That's perhaps the idea. Because otherwise bishop F6, knight D4 combo would be not bad.
Okay, maybe just rook F8 also.
Rook F8,
natural
rook
move.
C8. Many things.
Yeah, let's just go to Andrei and Grishchuk to see.
But
no,
that's
game
finished. Yeah,
that
that's
game
finished.
So we finished again.
That's a draw.
Yeah.
Giri draw, and something else is a draw. No?
No, only 2 games. Only
two
games.
games finished in a draw. Okay, let's mark those. It's getting hard on me. Andrei Grishchuk is a draw, and so is Tabatabai with Giri. And then Shankland Bakro is this, Vityugov and what's Vityugov Hare Krishna.
Oh, he did play C4.
He did play C4, which is very likely to be, you know, like all swaps and this endgame and a draw as well. Fedosiev. That's a funny move. There should be 2 rook a8. Rapport against Fedosiev. Was he
takes
really
knight
forced?
c6? I mean,
it's a little bit mysterious, this rook a8, right? Takes knight c6. Maybe just takes and bishop b3. Can this be right? Like, yeah, I mean, it's a very unusual tactic, but how do you protect b3? Bishop c4, it's a check on a1, right?
bishop d1 I can do still.
Bishop d1, but then this, and then you go rook c3, and it's not very comfortable, but the pawn's alive, the pawn's alive. Then it's a surprise. So again, takes, and knight c6. Hard to see anything else. I mean, this would be kind of a straightforward way of making a draw if b pawn falls.
Yeah.
But for now, it doesn't seem to fall.
Maybe we can just go to Predkevash here, like,
Yeah,
all these games seem to be...
What I'm not happy with, it's like, was it really that he couldn't do anything else? Like all these like bishop d3, knight d3 things, like the c5, technically an option. So he either considers that rook a8 is a draw somehow that we don't see, or we underestimated the other lines, and his position is actually not very pleasant if he accepts to give away the pawn. Okay, we'll see. Vashier and Predke. Yeah, let's go there. Predke down to 10 minutes already. And it's move 20. And what else to say? Queen c7 indeed, queen e2, and queen to f4. Black is getting annoyingly active. You can't even attack this queen, right? Rook h3, okay. H3 to protect the knight, and then who knows?
Also rook h4, g3.
Rook h4, g3 is the idea. Can he? No, he cannot sacrifice it. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking like, let's sack the queen somehow, which probably isn't a good idea anyway. g3, queen d4 is what I thought. Like rook takes and take on h3. But what's said that white can take h4 and then go rook h8, and this is certainly not the position you want to play. Especially comparing how it looked just a couple of moves ago. Okay, so h4 is not hanging. What do you do? Yeah, it feels like you only need to swap maybe a pair of majors, like either queens perhaps ideal.
Or knight, one pair of knights. Yeah.
One pair of knights wouldn't be bad, because immediately you have bishop f6 and stuff. Rook c5, is rook c5 a move? So lifting it to e5, let's say. And I don't know, just controlling some stuff. It's kind of, let's go to c5. That's one of my ideas. B4.
B4 somehow.
Even knight a4, right?
Yeah.
If there is nothing else, knight a4, and then he starts threatening b6 and so on.
Maybe rook h5 also with the same idea.
Rook
Yes.
h5, rook e5,
Yeah.
Yeah, so the thing is, like, b4 itself wouldn't be bad, but it does not go well with queen f4. It's kind of they're part of two different plans, it seems. So, like, since you went queen f4, you want to operate more on a king side and in the center.
Yeah.
Hang on. If we try to trade the queens kind of artificially by going queen g4, it gives white some time, but maybe we don't care all that much. It gives white some time if he trades.
Knight f3?
Yeah, it's kind of knight f3, but knight e5 is not really an idea. I don't know. Yeah, maybe knight f3 is good. Yeah. This, right?
Yeah.
And then knight e5. Nah, don't like it.
Yeah, this rook c5, rook h5, I think one of these where he will play.
One of the two. Yeah, now that I'm looking, I'm actually I'm thinking your move's better. Because rook on c file does something already. Rook on h, unless you take on h4 and figured out h4 cannot be taken. Right?
Yeah.
Unless you take on h4, it doesn't do an awful lot. Once again, I mean, since I love original maneuvers, I mean, I'd be looking even at something like this, or not necessarily g3, but just to go rook g6, maybe attack the g2 guy, but again, maybe too clever to be good.
Also, there is some bishop b4, because white's knight can't go anywhere, but I'm not sure if I want to take it to give
b4.
this.
Actually interesting.
Looks a bit funny.
Actually interesting, yeah. Because it feels though that if I pass, it's not clear, right? Like if you want to take, rook takes, trade the rooks, that's the only way you double those pawns. Then somehow, maybe it's still good. If anything, I would say bishop on d7 is not doing much, right? I mean, if you look at every single piece here and ask what's the worst, like this saying that try to improve the worst piece in the position, right? So the worst perhaps is the bishop on d7. It's just that not clear how would you...
e5 doesn't work, right?
e5, don't know. I mean, if it works, it wins the game. So at least we have to try it. At least we have to try it.
No, but there is rook
does
e3,
it win
right?
the game? Rook f3, right?
Rook f or rook e3, yeah, both
rook
moves.
e3. Rook e3. Not entirely convinced. And then knight f3 as a response to bishop g4, yeah. And this, f7's hanging.
Yeah.
Never mind, yeah. I thought check king f8 and then the knight's hanging and so on, but f7's hanging as well. Right, e5, rook e3. Annoying. Because rook f3, seemingly black has bishop g4. I'm still not convinced, but yeah, I just like the idea of everything being hanging and black winning material this way.
Yeah, doesn't.
No, but rook e3 is much stronger. Yeah. So again, e5, rook to e3. Who's threatening what? White wants
to take on
e5. That's very caveman, but kind of, stupid threat, but very efficient.
Knight g4.
Rook e4, I was not very happy with.
I thought queen f2.
Yeah. I'd be right. Yeah, queen f2. I keep forgetting that like everything's hanging still. Is this ever a move? Point being, if you take, I want, of course, to take on g7 first. King f8, and then I don't know if it makes any sense by that point, but at least it's something to calculate, right? And knight takes, so
Knight
that we
f2,
knight
yeah.
f2, rook d7, you know, knight here, knight f5,
Or, yeah. Rook e7.
rook f6, right? Rook e7.
Yeah, but then king
was
g7.
there.
Yeah.
Rook
But then
e7
rook
might be
f7.
better.
Yes, yes.
Rook e7 might be better because.
Yeah.
No, you know what you do? You give a check to give a check.
Yeah, yeah, nice.
Get the bishop, then take. And
Nice.
black cannot be worse, for sure.
Yeah.
Probably much better. Yeah. So check and check, and the bishop is gone.
Yeah.
I think we've destroyed the position. I mean, it looked much better before we started to. Yeah. But really, you can imagine how complex it is for Vashia-Legrand,
Yeah.
right? I mean, because you feel that your position is good, but so many options, and as well, it's a it's a Sicilian, so if you go seriously wrong, you might be worse off suddenly.
No, but he has a very good feeling about this position.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
It
yeah.
feels like so.
Yeah, he knows exactly like when to calculate, what
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
calculate, and he's capable of
Yeah.
calculating stuff. So let's leave him be, right? I mean, he still has 24 minutes. Position is complex enough, but we're surely gonna be back to this one.
Yeah.
It's a lot of stuff going on.
Maybe Mamedyarov, yeah.
Yeah, like pool D. Let's check quickly.
It suddenly became very
Mamedyarov, Yang Yi after b6, bishop d3 was played. You did it in a very simple manner. Traded, captured. Again, the argument is probably if you trade a pair of rooks, right, it's very hard to get rid of any back rank problems. So, because one would think, yeah, I'm a pawn down, but what about your structure, right?
Yeah.
What about your structure? But White kind of committed a huge sin by playing f2, f3, right? So imagine this here, this here.
Yeah, what
Probably,
story.
I'm
Yeah.
so happy immediately, like king g2, rook a5, and so on. Right, with pawn on f3, not only like I cannot take on a5, but I'm thinking how to repair this. Like what should happen so that my king is safe, and
Yeah.
it's really hard. It's really hard. Okay, so what he's done is rook e2, so he keeps one extra pair of rooks, which probably is clever. Rook to c8, queen a6. I think what happens there, he ends up taking both of those, loses e3, right? Rook c3, right? So the question is if it's like an immediate draw,
Yeah.
everything gets exchanged, or maybe, like for instance, takes here for whatever reason, rook e3, rook takes, queen takes, white can take a7, white can take d5. If white takes d5, what's then? Still has to be. I don't think, I mean, specifically with this f3 being played, right? I mean,
There will
I don't
always be
think,
some,
yeah, like even if you somehow win this a7 pawn,
Yeah.
it's very hard to believe that white will have realistic winning chances. Queen takes a5, yes, exactly, that's what he does.
Well, what is his idea after rook e3? I mean, is he going for this position? Or?
Probably. Like moving the rook again seems to... but wait, he's still a pawn down. I mean, he cannot
Yeah.
move the rook
Yes.
again. He has to, absolutely has to
Yeah.
go for it. Wait, what? Something happened, yeah? Queen a5, rook b to c8, played by you. So kind of... Makes perfect sense not to calculate any queen d5, right? So he's waiting for queen a7, and then I wanted to say he takes on e3, but maybe he does this. After rook e1, he takes on e3 with the queen, quite possibly.
Wins the game.
I want to say winning the game. Yeah, that rook f1 is still there, or queen a5 in fact.
It's so weird.
Some funny lines, yeah. No, let me stop right here, because just let me mention what I was considering. You go queen a5, yeah? And then black very happily interposes this rook on the back, and then you take it. And I'm saying I had enough.
No, I thought rook c2 instead of rook c3.
Rook c2 is maybe problematic, right? Rook c2 and then threatens some queen f2 or something.
Yeah.
But you have to agree, it's confusing.
Yeah.
It's confusing for us. No, I think like Mamedov will not actually blunder anything. This move though. Well, the thing is, if you pass and white takes on a7, you can still take e3, right? You cannot take e3 immediately because queen controls e1 and there is no back rank mate. Just to show, right? So quite possible that black awaits one move. It's not that white can do a lot,
but
right?
black can also just defend the pawn, just rook c7. Rook 8, c7, yeah.
Yeah. And again, we could talk about black having kind of worse structure, right? But not with white rooks doubled on the e file, protecting the e3 pawn. Yeah, so that's probably a draw. So what's our hopes for kind of one player beating the other player?
I think it's here,
perhaps. This is very likely a draw. Shirov, he actually went for this rook endgame, Shirov. So he captured d6, rook c8 happened, and h5, surprisingly. I don't quite get it. Is it like another chapter of endgame, vidit, endgame? No, seriously, I mean, what's h5? With all due respect, I mean, it's a pawn, and you can take it.
Yeah, but
so you probably should.
White can defend it also.
Are we sure about it? a4.
He wants to take with what on
with
a4?
The rook.
With rook and.
So he takes with the rook, and now rook c2. You're gonna have to play.
Right, it will be just a pawn up.
And this is pawn up, and kind of a good version of pawn up.
Yeah.
No, so this you can't do after a4, like unless hang on, e3. Oof. I have a feeling that there was an easier way of making a draw. Let me put it this way. Takes here. My move would be. And then he takes. Maybe it's still good enough.
So white should take with rook, yeah.
I guess white should take with the rook. You take over here, and the king's cut off, and the pawns are. This is probably winning if he trades, right? The king is not too far away.
Yeah.
And then we put rook on c3, and then he plays h4 so that the king is not going away. This is still a draw. But yeah, anyway, I must say,
very concrete way.
It's either something like the easy that I miss here after rook c2. It's like you move the h pawn because your opponent is threatening rook a7. That's my guess. But here rook a7 doesn't seem to be a threat. I don't know. Rook rook a7. No, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, rook a7 and just go king f6, right? When white takes, I'll take a2, and when white goes, maybe I just said doesn't make any sense. Maybe it makes a lot of sense because I think it will end up with check and going back, but the king gets to g3 and the pawn on b5 falls. Maybe should take back all the criticism. e3, Shirov's thinking. As much as I want to play, hang on a second.
No, white can take on b5, but
yeah.
No, it can't. He can't actually.
Because
e2 and rook c2, rook d2. I mean, I'm not sure if.
Because rook d8. Right.
Rook d8.
Rook
yeah,
d8
yeah.
is
Yes, exactly.
It just wins, yeah. Rook c2, I was kind of going further with this. I mean, it doesn't make any sense because you can play this move, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
But rook d2, at least I have king f2, and then after this there is a check.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make any sense because black can just put the rook behind. So the best white has is apparently this thing, yeah. And then what we were doing was take over here. Any way to be a little bit more clever? No, probably rook takes. Probably you can't do. Can't do anything better than that, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can take with the pawn. Okay, new version. You take with the pawn. You go here and you try to run to a7. Like, no, this is super stupid because it's not a7 yet, right? Black is just on time. Black is just on time. King g7. Because like, if black is not on time to take on, if black is not on time to take on e3, like if you get this like pawn on a7, rook behind the passed pawn, and king stuck on g7, believe with such pawns it should be winning. It's kind of e6 being additional weakness because I mean somehow we get the king to e5 and it starts being some zugzwang and so on.
Yeah.
So I guess this could have been won with white, but it never happens. Never happens. Alrighty, so not such an easy draw as I've originally thought, but still apparently a draw. Fedoseev is Rapport, still a draw. I bet it's still a draw even though it's an extra pawn. Let's keep up with the moves. So after rook a8, knight c6 immediately, which led to this and this and this. And bishop b2 attacking the knight. Okay, I mean, knight d3. Okay, dude. This and f6. This one you don't even need to show anything specific with black. I think it's just a draw.
Yeah.
I think it's just a draw. And especially considering the fact that you can always go for the opposite colors.
Yeah. So do you think they will play for a long time, or?
Don't know. Fedoseev. I mean, it's very important for Fedoseev to try. Yeah. So maybe as long as he has chances. But does he have chances? King getting to a center is fine.
White king is also very far. No.
Yeah, the moment it's a draw on so many levels, in fact, right? I mean, like to bring the king, you will have to start pushing those pawns because otherwise they are hanging.
Yeah.
You play f3, black goes g5, h5 starts opening, so you have weaknesses there again. Right. So this will not bother us for long. This is draw already. Vityugov. Vityugov. Coming back to this position that we had.
Oh.
Oop. These guys, they're teaching me en passant draw. pardon me. I was
they put some
so
sign,
interested. I was so interested. What there was a sign next to this move, and then now I don't know. I've probably broken everything. So that's really funny.
Don't know why they put it. Yeah. So weird.
Yeah. DC3 to explain that this is possible. Okay, fine. Sorry, guys. Yeah. Queen D6, nice intermezzo, hinting at the fact that this rook endgame would be a draw still, right? Nikita goes to C4, takes with the queen, so queen on D6 arguably better than queen on D7, and C5, and rook D8, and rook takes C5.
Probably to finish just, like draw. Queen D3.
Queen D3, I was thinking rook C8 is absolutely pointless, right?
There's also check on D1, yeah?
Yeah, on B1 or D1, yeah. Or maybe, wait a second, okay, there is a check, the king goes, but how to solve it now?
Maybe even rook C8, and then Queen D6 first?
Queen D6
and then rook C8.
G3 and rook C8, yeah.
But he took on D3, right?
He took on D3, and what? And Nikita also takes on D3? But then it's just a draw, right? Because rook D2 is sort of a threat, so you go here, and maybe a check first. And
yeah.
Something, rook B2, rook A6, and these guys are getting exchanged. They say half of all the endgames you have are rook endgames. And for the Grand Prix, this statistical rule should be changed, because I think like half of all the endgames we have are rook endgames 3 versus 3. Or less, but it's like it very often ends on one side, right? Like remember one of the games, probably the bishops were still on. No, there were rooks. When we were critical of them not eliminating the last pawn, like before
exactly.
draw a grid before rook takes b3. It was also coming to like 3 versus 3 on one side and so on. It's very often.
And also, do you think there is some player in this top level who is, let's say, famous for extreme understanding of rook endgames? Like, is there such player? Because
Dmitry Yakovenko used to be this. It's like there've been some like crazy positions. I mean, crazy in terms of like you wouldn't suspect this position to be any complex, and he would know. Like F and H pawns, for instance, like how exactly you make a draw, how exactly you win, and sometimes it's like some interestingly rook endgames. They're all tactic, in fact, right? When it comes to rook pawn versus rook, or two methods, they say methods that you have to do this. It always hangs by a thread. That's the feeling. Like unless you're on time for Philidor, okay, Philidor position is really
that one
like something that you easily understand, and very often, Mamedyar Evgenij make another draw, right? Is that? Yeah, it is. It is a draw. Draw agreed because of, we don't know. So from what I can see, rook c1 is a threat. Queen e1 is what he's playing, and then black probably. No, wait a second. c1 is something you don't.
Takes rook c3.
No,
but then
I got scared a bit about this a5 thing, and then the rook is behind the a pawn, but maybe it's not serious, right? Maybe this, and
e4 will come.
e4, rook a4. But still, I mean, if this is the best then you play it with black. I mean, at least you try.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit strange. Anyway, that's a draw.
Yeah.
Another draw.
So 7 draws so far.
7
right?
draws in this group, right? Or 7 draws in our round.
7 draws in this group, yeah.
Predke and MVL. What happens there? I think that's perhaps the only game that we. Shankland Buckroll. We didn't check for quite some time. Shall we?
Yeah,
Just quickly. Because there are changes.
And they're playing very slow. Like,
These guys, incredible. Buckroll's down to 5 minutes. At some point, he B3, rook c1, f5, then f takes. So perhaps the point is like if you take with the knight, there's some c4 happening. F takes, rook b7, knight e1. It's really confusing. It's interesting how nobody's interested in this knight d4, right? So white could have gone, black could have gone knight d4, like one move earlier, he can do it now. I guess what they don't like is this, probably. And then if pawn takes...
then it would be rook.
Okay, in this position, I'm not actually so convinced, right? Because of bishop g5. But usually, if you get the knight on d3, that feels good. And then we both have to have the f pawns. So if you go bishop g5, I'm supposed to go f4, right?
Yeah.
Here, like bishop g5,
Rook c6.
still, right?
Yeah.
Still rook c6. Maybe white's still better. So black is not in rush with this knight d4 check.
He's down to 4 minutes. Right?
Yeah. But now, let me tell you something. The c pawn is hanging, right?
Is it hanging?
Bishop, maybe not for real, right? Because if you swap the bishops, the knight d4 is annoying. Somehow today is a very strange round. We have 8 games, and I can't name any that I'm 100% sure what's happening. I mean, it's kind of complex.
Yeah.
Not even, like tactically complicated or something, but like every single game it is unusual in a way.
So will we have a press conference?
It does look like we have a press conference with Yu Yangi and Mamedyarov, and we will be back right after.
With us who drew their game in the 4th round in Pool D, the group of death, so to speak, here in Belgrade at the Grand Prix. Shachar, do you want to start us off with the game? You were commenting with you about all the chances there.
Okay, I mean, after the opening, I think, like every time I will say I got slightly better position, because it looks not so good for black. It's my knight d4, everything looks good. We played normal games, normal moves, but I think I had some better position. But after I start to play not very good, and I miss few moves, and after it was equal and draw.
Why do you think you started not playing very good? I know it's an easy question to ask, difficult to answer, but why do you think, what sort of swayed you off your path? Why do you think you started playing not so good moves, not choosing the best plan?
I mean, no, I don't know why, because I miss some moves, but it's absolutely normal to play not good.
No, of course.
I mean, it's absolutely normal to play not very good moves, and also I think is.
Could you just take us through the critical moment? What
critical moments is just, in middle games when we played some moves, queen g5, bishop e5. I mean, in this moment, it looks good, better for me. But after my move f3, my pawn e3, it was not very good. And his end game, it was not easy also. Rook end games, and we played normal games. I think he missed my rook e1 move, after rook c8. I think after rook e1, I start to think maybe I have some chance to play again for advantage. but he taken queen g3 because his problem queen e1 take rook c3. I mean every move is okay.
I think queen g3, last position. I think rook e1. Yeah.
Rook e1.
Yeah, because
I mean it's queen e1 also is draw. I mean queen e1 I can play. It's just to play queen e1.
Okay.
Maybe I mean queen a1 also is okay. I mean every move is okay. It's no problem. I just see is no advantage because queen a1 is a5 is coming, a4. I mean it also looks draw. I mean it's last position draw. Maybe I played not very accurately. I give him to b6, take my pawn e5, a5, and after these moves, black start to play for advantage.
More comfortable than has that. Grandmaster, you, from your perspective, how did the game go?
Today I play black. Yeah, I just played solid. I want. Yeah, maybe opening white slightly better, but I think middle game I think I play very good. Yeah, I think maybe I have a little chance. Yeah.
So 4 rounds have finished now, and all draws so far.
I think it's no. I think Maxim is played and is winning position.
Is a winning position. Okay, so finally we're going to have one break in that group. First of all, thinking of yourselves, 4 games, 4 draws. How do you feel about that?
Of course, for me it's not normal to play 4 games, 4 draw, but it's a very strong group, and every game, of course, also. It is a little bit different. If you play in a super tournament, in every game you can play for absolutely. I mean, took some big risk. Yeah, it's absolutely different. If you lose 1 game, it means you need to win 2 or minimum is or 2 or 3. For this reason, I think we all maybe took not big risk and just to play some solid. Yeah. Sure. And of course I don't like this. I don't want to play solid, but what to do? I want to play today for win also, but in one moment I think if I will not play for draw, I can lose also. For this reason, it's okay. Also good group, and I think a draw is absolutely normal.
Grandmaster, you, just from your perspective, 4 draws.
Yeah, I think it's normal. Yeah. Because I think my group is very strong. Yeah. If you to win, maybe difficult. Yeah.
Oh, tomorrow is rest day. I understand that some football is. Yeah, it is. You didn't know that. That's right. Okay, so you're too much in your game.
Okay, I know.
Do you want to continue playing tomorrow, or are you happy with a rest day?
No, of course it's rest day. Of course, it's very good.
Okay, and tomorrow they're planning to take you to play some football. Do you guys play football?
I will play football, but in PlayStation.
Oh, PlayStation. Okay, well that's fair.
Not.
Grandmaster, you more PlayStation or real football?
No, maybe tomorrow I wanted rest.
Just a proper rest day.
Yes.
Well, however you spend it, hope it regenerates you and you come back swinging in round 5. Thank you so much and good luck.
You. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Rex.
We go out into the streets thinking we know it all. We travel to new sites thinking we have a plan. But then something changes. We discover there is more to this world. Every love story begins with the first look. Our love story began a long time ago when 2 rivers the Danube and the Sava first met under the Kalamagdan hill. Their convergence made the foundation for a city which has been growing for more than 24 centuries. Belgrade's riverbanks keep attracting people to this day. It is a city of many languages, raw emotions and rich flavors. The streets are filled with open people, full of conversation and hospitality. Its architecture represents its inhabitants. Markings of various epochs are toppled next to each other, from the ancient medieval fortress all the way to the theaters, museums, modern clubs. Belgrade has it all. It is a city made to be discovered, flourishing with life, always awake. And all you need to fall in love is just one look. Visit Belgrade. Feel its love.
big news really. We are getting a leader in Pool D. MVL seemingly is winning with the black pieces. That's all I have. That's all I have. All the rest is like either draw. We've missed one. Hare Krishna and Vitigov made a draw quietly. Everything fair square. Right. MVL used the time trouble of Predke, and already his position looked promising, and then he tricked Alexander in a time trouble. So I don't know. I mean, maybe just from here, Rook oops, it's updated and jumped to the very last position. I don't know how I'm managing to do that. Knight d4, trade of queens happened, and then bishop f3. And this was the position which stayed there for quite some time. And I thought perhaps like this is unsatisfactory for white because apparently he cannot protect the g-pawn. The h-pawn will fall as soon as g-pawn falls because both his bishop on b3, knight on a2 are not participating, right?
Yeah.
So instead he went with rook takes e6, which seems to be an interesting approach, really. F e6, knight e6, and then I assume this check, and then taking, I don't know, taking this, taking that, whatever. MVL refuted it in style, in fact, after rook e6, bishop d1 was played. And after rook takes e7, which apparently was what Predke was hoping for, bishop takes c2 with a check. After king c2, rook goes away with a check, so no longer hanging on f5, and king e7. White kind of continues, but I think only because he's in a time trouble. It's he's two exchanges down.
Also for only a pawn.
Like rook goes to g6. You know, I don't think it. I mean, the moment they reach move 40, I think white resigns. Yeah, like after rook g6, what you even do? Like you have a check, king goes, but then g3 hanging with a check. If you start moving like knight e2, it's nothing to discuss. So I think it's a win for MVL, and it's a big one. So he'll be leading with 2 games to go, and also I'm not sure about the colors, but yeah, 2 games. He starts with, he had 2 whites, I think, in the first leg. So now he starts with black. He will have 1 white, 1 black. But still, good result, and being in the lead with 2 rounds to go is perhaps the position you want to be in. For Giri, after both games in this group finished in a draw, it's a very comfortable situation.
Yeah, very.
Right? Even though Vitigov will have white pieces in the second leg, so well, we can say
against Anish, he will be white, right?
Yes. So it's 1 point difference. Vitigov will be white, so it's kind of can try to solve it directly. Some knight d7 was played for some reason, I don't know. Okay, some checks. King goes to f8. Knight d7 to shift the rook somewhere here, like d6, maybe, or a6, simply to activate his stuff. Now, this is winning. This is winning, and what else? Bakro and Shankland is getting interesting, I guess. A lot of stuff happened. Move 34, it's been a lot of exchanges. That's the current position. Shankland is about to grab the a7 pawn. I mean, he can do it right now, but then he loses b3, right? There are some, maybe even some threats to this king, but I'm not sure. Like rook a7, you know, rook b3, some knight e5. At least some checks, not necessarily a threat, but king h6, and you know, like g4, knight e4, h4, and still no threats. And nice attacking moves, but no threats still. Maybe Bakro is holding after all. I mean, at some point it seemed to me that he got himself in trouble. Knight c6, rook d2 was a check. Swapped on c1, knight d7, and here it looked like white is more active, to say the least. d1, knight f6. Aha, so this is how it happened. Check. Rook goes here. It's also tricky. Look what happens. I mean, if you take, it's a check on e5 and check on a7, and you will end up being on the 8th rank, because this loses nicely to a check and the check and king b6, rook b7. It's a very long sequence and eventually working for white. Nice. Interesting. But yeah, but king g6 apparently is a clever move. So first running away from the 7th rank, after rook a7, taking on b3 and a5. Okay, so a pawn is running. But will it run far enough is the question.
So can black capture on
Yeah,
a4?
I mean, that's what I want to do.
He actually captured, yeah.
Knight e4.
A6.
Because the thing is, like, if you go a6, rook a3, right? And it's hard to move the a pawn unless you want to do this. But then, kind of, don't know, knight c3, knight b5, knight d6, a7, knight b5. How do you win this at all? I mean, the answer is you don't. You simply can't make any progress, right? And black will be the one to start pushing the c pawn. So I guess that's relatively harmless. So after knight e4, rook to e7. Meanwhile, I think we have one more result. Fedoseev and Rapot should be a draw. I mean g4, and they are signing the score sheet, so that's not a win for any side. That's a draw. Getting more and more results.
So let's check maybe Shirov Vidit, since
Shirov Vidit,
same
yeah,
group.
I was trying to postpone it for as much as possible because it's some rook endgame. Some rook endgame where Shirov eventually shows the will to make progress.
It's a draw, actually.
It is a draw. They've agreed to draw already. Yeah, I mean, I just seen
Yeah.
that the last move was king d3. And I was a bit surprised.
I'm not sure if is it a draw?
You mean if
not positionally, just did they make a draw? Yeah.
Is it like officially confirmed? Yeah, it is an empty table, as you can see.
Yeah. So
okay, for now I'm declaring it to be a draw. So we only have Shankland, Bakro, and Pretkivash here. Well, at least we are guaranteed there won't be like super duper long games.
So Group C doesn't really change much, right? They're all draws, right?
Nothing changed.
Nothing
B group,
changed.
C group, same.
Yeah.
Anish in B group leads 1 point clear of Vityugov. Pool C, 2 leaders, Vidit and Rapot. Fedoseev half point behind. For Group A, Shankland, if he somehow wins, gets the sole lead, but for now it's not guaranteed at all. Hang on. So a5, knight takes, rook e7. Rook e7, king f6, and a6 is played.
So he wants a7,
Want
rook
a7,
e8.
rook e, yeah. Okay, so let's say I do this, and after a7 I go here. But then rook b7 will happen, right? I mean, my point was that I want to give a check and go to b5. Don't know where the king's going. Yeah, let's say king f2. Even though I might be saying that, I will give you more checks, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, knight b5 for now. For now, let's agree on this. And then I probably have to. No, hang on a second. Knight d4 is good enough, right?
But rook b8?
No, you're absolutely right. I will lose this, right? It will be 2 pawns. I mean, even this is not clear. Like, if I start giving checks, maybe. Okay, or even like this. Yeah, takes, it's a queen, and I take it, and I somehow. I need a setup. Because knight e5. And c4 might hold, but kind of I don't like the fact that the e-pawn is not used, sort of. So ideally, I would prefer, say, knight on d5, somehow protecting the remaining pawn. I mean, if it's on c3, then it's easy to say it's a draw, right? Yeah, still I would go and say that this should be a draw, but there might be issues. Yeah, starts with knight c3. Okay, starts with knight c3.
But now there is some king. Ah, no, king d3. There is always knight. I thought if king can go to c4 fast, but that's probably me. No.
Well, you can give a check, and give a check and take the rook, right?
Yeah.
And after that, you do what? Because rook a3, knight a5.
And rook a5.
Rook a5, knight c6. Yeah. I thought this actually is enough, very convincing. Okay, 5 is very convincing. So there is this, and there is MVL who finishes anytime soon, right? I don't know why he does what he does.
So it's black tomorrow, right?
Yeah, rook b4 maybe.
No, but even in knight d4, just he can even give one exchange and it will be.
You'll be winning, but yeah, it's one exchange, 2 versus 2, like white being active. This is something perhaps that you don't want to do. I think, yeah, he does the right thing. But still, yeah, I mean, he will win. There's no doubt he will win. It's just that somehow he could have won. I mean, the feeling is like he could have won not letting his opponent to reach the time control. But yeah, but this will eventually be won by MVL. And here they do reach move 40 after this. Rook a3, a7, and knight b5. I guess it's just a draw and an easy one. Not only knight d4 is there, but after rook b7, if you want, you can give a check, take on a7, and take on g2, and who is better? Who is even better? I mean, okay, black probably is not better being piece down, but so isn't white, yeah.
Yeah.
So isn't white.
But would you rather go to this or this exchange down with black?
No, probably this. This I think like is an easier thing too. So that exchange down. I don't even see kind of the comfortable setup. I suspect it's a draw, but not sure. While in the other one, I'm not sure if black is worse at all.
Yeah. Right.
So. Knight b5, and yeah, this is simply not possible, right? So rook b7 is kind of a must, and then really a check. I don't know if Sam did it correctly.
No, but it felt like he had to have something earlier. So,
like even what we were doing, like having the king on f2, right?
Yeah.
Maybe indeed black would give more checks and stuff, yeah, but being as it is, it would be much harder, right? Because check, you go here and you probably hide eventually from those checks. Like, I don't know, go to g4 and go to h3, and after this check, you go g3, so you keep both pawns, right, this way. And then you pretty much forced black to go for knight d4, because knight a7, some chances still, but probably black would lose eventually.
Okay, he did play.
He did play rook b7, yeah, it's not that he could do much else. And right, and then I check on a2, take one pawn, take the other pawn, seems to be just fine.
Maybe he will just offer a draw. I mean, it's...
Shankland?
I mean, it seems like a decent option.
Yeah, I'm starting to think.
I would be scared.
Is there a scenario where black actually is better?
e6 is weak. C5.
Yeah, e6 is weak, but how do we keep the h pawn alive?
Okay, we can go rook a6. Let's say.
I like rook h6, knight d8, or maybe rook a5 then. Rook a5 takes rook c5.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, black is free to try to play. I understand he probably won't win, but white kind of never wins, right? So you can start going g5, h5, pretending something.
Yeah.
It probably won't lead you anywhere, but still. And Sam, yeah, we can see Sam in his chair, so apparently he's waiting for his opponent to really offer a draw. Maybe your guess is correct.
And also, based on body language, it doesn't seem like...
Based on the body language, he lost interest in what he was doing.
But it's very unfortunate. If he won, it would be a big lead, actually.
It's unfortunate for him, but it's...
unfortunate for him, of course.
It's interesting for us. I mean, I want, you know, as much as possible to keep the tension till the very end. And also for the commentators, that's, you know, kind of egoistic approach that after the double round robin, inevitably in one group we will have the tiebreak. So it's better to have a few tiebreaks so that we can switch from one to the other.
Of course.
Realistically, for now, it's only Giri who is like seriously leading. Pool A, Pool C, very likely a tiebreak. I mean, with such a setup, Pool D, we don't know. I mean, MBL has to win. MBL has to win first, and then we'll see what happens next.
Let's check MBL, because he's, I think, about to generally finish. I mean, somehow.
What happens? I mean, I don't understand. Look, knight d7 still. What is the problem with rook g6? Nobody knows, right? What's the problem with rook g6? You attack this. I mean, you understand you want to bring the knight, but attack it first. If white kills knight e2, then and life is a little bit life is a little bit easier. Knight c6, you still have this one guarded, right? So you can go king f8. Not much can happen.
Yeah.
Of course, it's easy to criticize people. Knight d5, king f8, knight what? f5, rook g6 now. Now somehow he didn't win a single pawn. Check here, 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 b3. I don't believe it's holding, obviously, but somehow it does for now. Do we take the bishop, by the way?
What happens if I take and rook g6?
You take, you go rook g6, knight f5, I'm guessing, right?
It feels very shaky.
Rook g4 or something.
Knight f4.
Rook g4, knight f4, the rook is actually trapped. Believe it or not.
Yeah, but let's say rook c3. I mean, yeah, rook c3, what white does?
Rook c3, right. c3.
No, this is so lost. Yeah.
This is lost, of course, yeah. And you can play g6, right, and then just take this guy.
Yeah.
b3, okay.
Yeah.
I was told it's an important thing to know. It was an error. Shirov is still playing, but how do we kind of update on the moves?
I mean, we saw also on camera, we saw that they left the board.
The rook is, but wait a second, the rook is on g2, so I can kind of try to manually enter a couple of moves, right? Rook takes g2 and b5 is what is played. Okay. Makes sense.
And rook b2, he wants to give check and What?
b2, I think he wants to give a check and go king c4 if it works.
Oh, that
So the
looks
king is
good.
cut, and then king c4, and yeah, I mean, it might get dangerous, in fact.
Yeah.
It might get dangerous. King d3, yeah, but our live board has stuck for some reason. Rook g2, b5 is what the reality looks like. So we have 3 games then, pardon me. Everything is possible in the C group. It won't change much though if Shirov wins. Or
Yeah. He'll be 1.5, right?
He'll be 1.5.
Okay, it will change for upward.
For
because,
upward,
yeah.
who becomes the sole leader, yeah. The only player on +1, yeah. But still confusing, yeah. How do we make a draw with black if we make it at all?
Maybe g5 is
Maybe g5, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, can I go g5? So b6, I can take this, right? And b7, I'm still on time with rook b2. If king c3, so the king is cut.
But just rook g7, no?
I have my own pawn as well. Yeah. Like this, it's b7, rook c8. Yes, so rook g7 first, and then the h pawn will kind of deflect one of the pieces. So like this, h3, king b5, h2, and I go here.
Rook g1, just.
b7.
Oh, it's king is on d6. And meanwhile, they finished.
Bakro and Shankland. I hope this one, there's no mistakes and it's a draw. Bakro and Shankland, no result yet. Rook a5, yeah, apparently this is, I mean, one doesn't resign this, right? Even if, let's say, black continues playing. So it is a draw, no big changes in pool A, Andreikin and Shankland leading, Bakro half point behind, Grishuk in the last place. But we still have 2 games, right? Shirov Vidit and Predkevich Yellow Graph. Somewhat confused. Let me see, Shirov Vidit, yeah. It keeps saying it's a draw. I don't know what we're going to do about it. I mean, we are lucky that at the moment it's not that hard to kind of restore the game. Yeah. But it'd be very nice if they would update the PGN. And Predke Mamedjarov thinking, sorry. What Mamedjarov? Yeah, Vashia is, no, he's not thinking. He actually went rook.
g6.
Rook g6 like that. Okay. What does that mean? Attacks the pawn. The king cannot protect it, has to guard the bishop. Knight e2 not possible, takes and check. And then take one knight, take the other, right?
Okay, there is king d4.
But I'll take the knight.
Yeah, right.
Take the knight with a check. So after rook g6, knight f5, kind of the only try. Yeah. And then we can go back to this plan, like takes, give a check. That's what we were doing, right? Give a check.
Knight f4, yeah.
Knight f4 and rook c3. And actually, now that I'm thinking, why do you need rook c3? I mean, you can take g3 and probably win as well. Yeah, it's winning no matter what. It's winning no matter what. It's just Predke is, or will be thinking, of course, trying to find kind of a last chance, this way or another. Not that he has any. Check, wait a second, check king f3.
In which position?
Hang on, knight, what I was saying, knight f5, knight d5, knight d5. After this check, you have king f3.
Yeah, but
Rook is practically dominated. So like you can take on G3 or H4, but yeah, but it's still only one exchange up with equal number of points. I still kind of want to win without, you know, without a doubt. Maybe that was without a doubt. So how does it work? Knight F5. If I trade the knight, not the bishop, I trade the knight and I give a check in the same way.
King F3 is forced.
Yeah, like King E5, G6 at the very least, right? G6 and take the pawn. So King F3 is forced, and my point was that I wanted to go here.
Bishop C4
Bishop
is not
C4,
possible.
the knight's hanging. Yeah, but Knight E3, and I still cannot kind of win, like win. I mean, I understand Rook D5, Rook B3 is probably winning, and many other things, right? But I just want to finish the game, like kind of win one of the pawns and keep both rooks, and this somehow is impossible. It's so weird. It's kind of so weird. There is also, now that I'm looking at it, there is also B4 with the tempo, right? Looks like. We are getting another press conference with Sam Shankland and Etienne Bacro. And that's a good one, because we were running out of stuff to talk about. So let's listen to press conference. We will be back, and hopefully with some updates on those two last games remaining. Now, there is no mistake.
Drew there around 4 game. So many draws today. Let's start from your game. Sam, how would you assess the game today between you and Etienne?
Well, white is certainly better after the opening. I think maybe even much better. And I somehow didn't coordinate my pieces right. And after knight e5, somehow once he played c5, I've already messed up. Maybe I should have taken with the bishop on c4. And after knight e5, I also just completely blundered. He can play bishop d6 and take my h2 pawn, which is a very valid way of playing as well. But after knight fd7, I spent a long time trying to find a nice coordination, and what I found I thought was my best chance to fight for an edge, but I don't know, it felt pretty balanced around there, and then white should definitely be better once I played knight c6 and rook d2. I probably should have gone with the king to c3, but I had calculated this line all the way to rook d8 check, king f7, and rook a8, and I had only considered rook b3 when white probably wins after knight e5, but once he played king g6, I think black is very much fine. Perhaps I should have checked on e5 first instead of rook a8, but then after king e7, rook a8, black can perhaps try knight takes e4, and I will not be able to. His king is much closer, and it's a much improved version for him, and it's probably a draw. So I don't know. Maybe I didn't really have anything anywhere, but I should have played better.
Etienne, what do you make of this assessment? You agree?
Yes. Okay. I didn't recheck this line. So during the game, okay, I could not really remember this b3. I remembered b3 is the main move. But I go for this endgame, which is, like Sam said, slightly better for white here. And okay, then I suffered for a few moves, and I was lucky that my pieces go. At one moment, they did go well together. I played some good moves, equalized, but then I blundered terribly. And with this move, I blundered the pawn on c5 in some line. Very easy blunder, and it gives big advantage to Sam, but then as he said, he blundered himself with the king g6 move. So okay, it was, I don't know.
Oh, well, you managed to save it, after that blunder. How did you feel the moment you made that blunder, when you realized? Did you immediately realize it was a blunder, or?
I don't know, but it could be just resignable, actually. But I was lucky then I still concentrate a bit, and I found this quite, it's not so easy then for white to
materialize that.
I wanted to play rook c2, but I think rook c7 holds. It's sort of unfortunate.
Yeah. But of course I played moves to survive at one moment. I don't, but okay, maybe it was lucky that it was not so bad. Yeah.
Good. Well, okay. Sorry, Sam, you want to add something?
No, it's fine.
Okay, so tomorrow is the rest day. How are you going to spend it? You're going to go be playing football? I think that's in the plan for you guys, or are you going to be doing something else?
I might do that. I'm going to have to mope around a little bit and complain tonight, and then we'll see if I'm done moping and complaining and if I'm ready to, put on a real face and play soccer. But I don't know. It's a disappointing day, but hopefully tomorrow will be nicer.
Well, tomorrow's the next day. What about you, Etienne? You're playing football tomorrow?
No, I don't think so. No, I have no shoes already. So.
Okay, but are you a football fan? Are you a football fan?
I used to play, but now I took some weight, so I need to lose a bit before playing.
Now you can be the referee.
No, of course not. I watch sometimes, but I'm not super fan. Probably I will go to swim. I've been swimming yesterday. There is a nice swimming pool in the hotel.
Okay, well.
And today quite most important for me that Maxim seems to play a good game. And as I see, I hope he's winning.
He's winning. It looks like he is winning. How much time do you have to look at other games whilst you're playing your games?
I don't know. At some point, like if he has a critical decision and there's like 6 different options for black and they're all completely different, and it's not practical to be analyzing all 6 of them, just walk around and wait for the move, and so you see them a bit. But once the time got low and I got into relatively low time early in the game, which is not normal for me, and so I didn't walk around too much after that.
Etienne, do you go around looking at other games?
No, but I mean, yes, when we are like something, when we have time, but after some moment, we have more time.
Yes. Well, okay, thank you both so much. I hope you rest well, and good luck with the rest of the rounds. Thank you. Back to you, studio.
Okay, so we are back, as we agreed, 2 games. Survived the time control, yes, so we are back to sheer validity, even though we thought it was a draw. It looked like a draw at one point, but yeah, perhaps it was just a glitch in a transmission. The worst part of it is that we don't actually know what the position is, because it's still not fixed. It still says a draw was agreed there, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
There've been a couple of moves of repetition beforehand, like reaching move 40. And then Shirov eventually went king d3, the pawn was taken.
Yeah.
Then b5 was played. That much we know. And then it's unclear. I think we found the way, right? At some point we found the way. We thought g5 was the move.
We can try to understand.
Oh, we could, but you know, it's not very easy.
So rook is an a3, right?
So it's like rook b2, and then a check, and the king went to d7, and then, I don't know, rook c5, and white, and I don't know, not really.
Check?
Maybe check beforehand. I mean, after b5, come on. Takes here, b5, check, king c2, rook a3.
Yeah.
Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
yeah.
And then a check, and king goes, and rook c5, and he goes king d6. And then rook d5, apparently, if you want to play for a win.
So king
and king e6, or c7, perhaps?
No, but e5
I mean,
is
king
hanging.
c7 is kind of also makes sense. Yeah, e5's hanging, and I go here, I thought. And I'm not, interestingly, I'm not planning to take him, or maybe, you know what, maybe I go, not go here, but go here. So I like the fact that the king is kind of cut away. And I claim that this is a draw. I don't know if it's a right claim, by the way, but just, yeah, rook g5, king c4, you know, rook b5, give a check, and go to d4, and this should be a draw.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't be getting too carried away, because, yeah, we still don't have the position, so we will have to return to it every time. Rook g2. It's so annoying. Check here, rook a3. Meanwhile, the other game finished finally. So MVL wins against Alexander Predke with a little funny tactic at the end. So b4 was met with rook c3, bishop c4, rook takes g3. Knight c2, apparently trying to trap the rook with king d4, perhaps. And then rook g4 wins.
Oh, it was very nice, yeah.
Rook g4 wins, so sacrificing the rook, and if it's taken, then it's check, knight d4, and
F5,
I guess
yeah.
f5, maybe he'll attack the rook. And then we take one knight in the other, knight c6 wins, rook takes b4, wins a little bit longer. Whatever, yeah. So a win for MVL, which might as well be the only decisive game today, but a very important one, because at least we know the guys from D pool can produce any other results than a draw. Yeah, MVL becomes the sole leader, Predke on 1.5, Shahryar Mamedyarov Yuyangi on 2 points.
And I think Bashir is playing with Mamedyarov next round, right? Should be.
Very likely.
Yeah, so it will be interesting.
It will be critical, yeah. So what's going on? Check. No, again. Not again, please. I mean, how do you analyze these games if you don't have check here, check, king d7, rook c5, king d6, and we don't know.
We should have camera a bit closer,
Yeah, I think the
yeah.
best we can do, as long as the board's not updated, is just to watch it from the camera view, full screen, and
Yeah.
Well, talk behind the camera. Yeah, that's the best we can do because yeah.
I think Chiro is thinking in this position.
Yeah, very likely. Because he can also go back to rook c6 and take on g6, which is probably a dead draw after black attacks the e-pawn, like rook e3.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels very like drawish. And it shouldn't be only one way to make it.
Yeah, feels like. I mean, we could take a look at rook d5 and then black not going king c7 but going king e6. Is it any dangers, let's say? Because here there is this b6 thing and rook b5, yeah?
And what happens, let's say, if just rook a8? I mean, how is that?
Rook
Is
a8.
it that bad?
Maybe the king move will win me a tempo, maybe not, right?
Yeah, rook
I'd
b8.
say this.
King d6.
King d6, b7.
Rook b8.
Rook b8, king c3, right? King c6, king c4, and I think black is lost. g5 is, or is g5 on, g5 is kind of on time, yeah? Moreover, you can play g5 here and run with the rook, so kind of not trading. And maybe this is easier, maybe not. This, no, this is not easier.
Yeah.
Because now I go here. That's even more confusing. But what black could have done is take on b7. This might be, I mean, I don't know if it's a draw, honestly.
It looks scary
King
for
d5,
black.
g5, I mean, this. Takes h4, like queen, queen, and king takes e5 after some checks. This might be lost, in fact, because, yeah, it's kind of a central pawn.
Yeah.
And that's certainly something that you don't want to try playing. If you have any chance of making a draw in the rook endgame, right, you probably should stick to that and not go into queen's endgame, even if it's a draw. Check, king d7, this king d6. Yeah, but it's mildly annoying, the fact that it's not updating. And I wish we could talk about how dramatically the situation has changed after today's round, but it didn't, apart from the D pool. Right? So that's kind of the anticlimactic day in a way. So first day we had 4 wins and like everything was happening, and here, yeah, and we all apparently played a good game, now that I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So Predke wasn't the sharpest, but still found a lot of, we all found a lot of these little tactical tricks. That's usually what he does the best, I have to say.
And Will?
Yeah, I think he's like he has a reputation of someone who, I don't know, plays good with small advantages and so on. But I think tactics, like especially the short tactics in crazy positions, that he's very good. He's very good, like punch against the punch, right? So the moment you think you tricked him, that there is another layer of tactic. Yeah, and I mean, it's so awkward because we also don't know how much time they have.
Yeah.
Right. We also don't know how much time we have, so it's better to.
No, if we had camera closer, it would be a different story. And Shiro just might repeat also rook c6, rook c5. I mean, actually, we have an interview with MWL. So
Yeah, so MBL will explain how many of those tricky moves he had seen in advance, right? How many of those he blundered but was lucky that something was available for him. Yeah, so let's listen to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and we will be back with the last game remaining.
Hello everyone, here is Michal Kanarkiewicz, and we are joined by Grandmaster Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who just won his game against Alexander Pretke. Congratulations, Maxime, very good game. And right now you are the leader of your group D, so congratulations.
I had very difficult games in the first 3 games, always on the edge of losing it, at least in my first game with Alexander. But at least I got in shape, ready to fight, and apparently, at least today, I felt like I could calculate a lot of things, so it felt good.
Yeah, and you are going right now for the rest day as a leader, so I think it's a good feeling, yeah?
Yeah, especially I've just double blacks, and I mean, after the rest day, I will have white, so also I will have a chance to try to strengthen my position.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's jump into your game against Alexander Pretke. Could you please explain to us some critical moments? Yeah.
So I didn't expect Alexander to go for such a sharp line as Bishop G5 in the night off, but followed by Queen F3, it made sense. So here I think Queen A5 is some sort of improvisation. I could play Queen C7, of course on Knight D7, but I just wanted to try to get things into a non-territory. It involves some sort of gamble, because here E5 and Knight E6, and I was not completely sure about these positions, like if I take Bishop F6, pawn takes, oh, maybe I have castle actually, but Queen B7, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Castle, I mean,
Touch
this
screen,
is
yeah.
one line among others, and I thought after Bishop C5 I should be fine, which is not completely sure, but so anyway, E5
very sharp, like, yeah, very sharp.
E5 felt very sharp. And Bishop C4 came as a relief, and here after H6 I think, yeah, Knight takes C6, okay, not mandatory, but one good way, Bishop D2 or Bishop F4, I think it's more or less equal, but you know, at least I felt like Knight C6 should have been played, because here after Rook C8, I mean, it's not the end of the world, of course, but Alexander was already running sort of low on time. And here, yeah, I thought he should play A3 here on the next move to avoid B4. And it's a sharp game, like A3, I thought maybe I should go back to C7 now, if F4, Knight C4. So you don't have F4, you... Okay, it's some sort of a game. I didn't mind that. I thought if I have a chance to play for a win, and I should do it. So anyway, here he bailed out, and surprisingly, I mean, I felt like I should be much better, but here was a frustrating moment, because I couldn't figure out something great. But actually then I played Queen C7, which is probably the correct way. Queen E2.
Yeah, according to engine it was the best move here.
Before I wasn't sure about Knight E4. But apparently I saw this, I wanted to play this, and here G4 was sort of annoying. A4, G5, and I couldn't believe in Rook G6, which is the only move, but I couldn't believe it's winning, because, I don't know, maybe some H5, Rook takes, and yeah, H6 or Bishop E6. I had a bad feeling about this, probably I shouldn't have. So I went Queen F4, and here I found, okay, there are many moves actually, so like it's always refreshing to see things with engine. So anyway, you played Rook H3. So here it's just a moment where the position is so complicated, because every time I have to mine Knight takes C6, maybe some Knight F5 once my Queen moves, some Knight G5, and I have my trumps. So I thought I should be objectively better, but I needed to be careful, and here, yeah, I took this gamble. And okay, so I'm glad to see the engine approves, because, yeah, this was a critical moment. Okay, so I wanted Knight D5. Apparently it works. Yeah, this was a crazy line. It takes, Knight C7 check, King F7, 95. Takes queen and bishop e4, and I stopped here. I thought.
Okay, very sharp line.
Yeah, I mean, I'm queen down, but I have so many threats, and my pieces are all protected together, which is not the case, of course.
And probably this knight is disconnected, yeah?
Yeah, so there's probably a way to draw, computer shows, but at least, I mean, I was very surprised because I expected this to happen, maybe for Alexander to see win the queen or something, and go for it, but he played a4 very quickly, and of course I cannot take because of queen a6, threatens queen c8, so I recomposed, play king f8, whoa, king f8.
Magic touch.
Yes, and at least my king is out of
danger
for now, and I always threaten this bishop takes f3. So I felt like this is good for me. Yeah, no, it's after knight a4, actually rook f5 is strong. I wanted rook d5, which is also decent, of course. Although probably not quite as strong as rook f5. Yeah, rook f5 was. But anyway, here knight a2, I was very happy with what I found with bishop f3. And the thing is, of course, if you go for this, then here rook g6 or knight e4, I mean, and it's a very sad end game. But Alexander tried his luck with rook e6 and here bishop c2.
Yeah,
there's
it
no
was
way
just
to recapture because if knight takes, now the knight doesn't attack the rook, so I can just take the rook. If bishop takes rook f1, and in the game king c2, rook c5, and wins the game.
Exactly. So, well, congratulations once again. Last final question for you, because we've heard that you are going to play football tournament tomorrow, football match, in a football match.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's not guaranteed yet, but at least if I feel in good shape, I will definitely go for it. It should be fun.
Yeah, and my question is, who is your favorite player? Because I saw somewhere in your social media that Benzema is one of your favorite players.
Benzema is one of my favorite, but probably objectively Messi.
Messi, okay. Well, so congratulations once again, and have a good rest day. See you again, and good luck for the next rounds.
Yeah,
thank you
very much.
Okay, so that was MVL and his win against Alexander Pretke, and we are back to Shirov's endgame against Vidit. Well, the situation is still kind of the same. We do not have the moves on the digital board, right? So the best we can do is to describe the position. It's not even seen here. Yeah, but this line basically is the line the players went. It's basically something that we were looking at. So I guess it's yeah, we can see it. Okay, then I guess Teodora, remember, yeah, I was advocating king b6 and then activating the king. Instead, rook takes h4 was played and king d3. So I would be a little bit worried, as you know, as the kind of quote-unquote Soviet chess school. I would be a little bit worried about this because the activity is what matters, right? Not the material.
Yeah.
But apparently he has a draw now that I'm thinking. King b6. What does white play against after king b6?
King d4?
Yeah, king d4, and I thought rook g4. It looks like a draw, interestingly. So if you take e5, I go g3, I'm threatening to promote with a check, so you have to step up in the square of opponent. Then I'm taking b5 and I'm still in the square of this one, right? So I'm stopping, I guess. So we are currently here. We are currently here. And he didn't play king b6, he went rook h1. And this is...
On king b6, there was maybe e5 immediately.
But if I take the pawn... No, hang on.
e6 check.
King c6. No, I mean, that was about the first line that I've checked. So this I'm taking.
Right.
e6, king c6.
Rook e5.
Unless it's something like brilliant, like rook e5, which it might be.
Yeah, it seems like.
Actually, I'm not on time to stop. Yeah, that's beautiful. And this is something we are not analyzing seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, this is something that we are not analyzing seriously. Probably a loss for black. Okay, so that was a little bit too optimistic, right?
Yeah, they did make some moves.
Which is hard to
I see the pawn on h4.
Okay, so rook h1 was played. Oops, no. Instead of king b6, rook h1, rook takes pawn, and h4. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, he's running to h2, so the king will have to... But wait a second. Let's imagine I go, I don't know, here.
h3.
I put the rook behind, right? h2, king e5. Is it such an easy draw?
But how is white going to improve the position?
You mean the moment I go king e6, you go rook e1, so you're not voluntarily going after the b pawn. Fair enough, yeah. So you basically, you're just standing with the king, right? Or, yeah, and after b6, you actually have king a6, which might be important because it's like kind of close to be a mutual Zugzwang. If you go back, I go to h7, you know. But king a6, and I think it's just a draw, really. Because this, it's king e6 is the only move not to lose the rook, and then it's rook e1.
Yeah,
fair enough. The time which we don't have updated. It says, okay, now we are getting. Hang on. Wait a second. So h4 and king on d3. Should have actually went rook c6 check. I don't know what is this.
Okay, maybe he wants to go rook c2. No, that's...
Yeah, rook c2 and hide the king behind the rook this way. But he only is... okay. First of all, it's a very unpleasant practical task because it's clear there is a difference between like having the king cut from one or the other pawn. You don't know which one, right? So one may think, okay, I go here, and then rook c2 happens, and let's pretend, this, h2, let's pretend white just goes, sorry, and king c5. And this way, maybe it's still a draw, you know.
And how is rook e1? Just to...
No, rook e1, you're ending up being in a Lucena position, right? Rook e1, rook h2, rook e4, king b6. You're not on time. I mean, if the king gets to b7, we are lost. So that's why I'm playing king c7 first, hoping that nothing bad can happen. Like king here first. I mean, and probably I'm right, yes? I said that there is no way to hide the king. So sooner or later, like rook is not moving, king is not moving for white.
Yeah.
So you can go b6, you can go e5, and then this is just a dead draw, right? Rook e1. Yes, it's still a draw, just that a little bit confusing. And did he play? No, he didn't play a move after a check.
And what happens if king goes to b side? Is it?
Probably not. I mean, probably it's the same. Probably it's the same. Yeah, you're reaching some point when you can no longer move forward, right? You know what? King going to b7. Can it be that white's not on time by one tempo, right? No, he is on time. So I go here from the second rank, and then I go here, and at least I'm able to move the king.
Yeah.
Does it help me? I have no idea. But at least I'm imitating some progress, right? I mean, maybe it doesn't help me at all, because even if I get to e8 and e7, where do I go then? Because the moment I'm moving the king, you give me a check and promote first.
Yeah. And also, it doesn't
Yes.
make sense
So,
like that. It
first of
works.
all, it's like 10 moves away, and black might
Yeah.
be in time to even go to d3.
Yeah.
And even if all of that happens, it still kind of doesn't work. So yeah, check. But I remember, I mean, out of all the players in this tournament, I remember Vidit and sometimes Shankland would be shaking the endgame. So there is still kind of a hope for Shirov that maybe, maybe it's not like I'm criticizing, but like for the play of 27 plus, I mean, sometimes Vidit is not convincing enough, kind of. Which leaves room for improvement, as we were talking Firouzja like a couple of days ago, right? So the guys were making fun of him. Come on, he's 2750, 2717 probably.
Yeah.
Right, and yeah, if he doesn't know some basic endgame, imagine what happens when he learns.
But do you think that like he understood that it's easy draw? I mean, generally, let's say if Shirov, did they understand that it's draw?
I don't know. I really don't know. There are different mindsets, to be honest, because some people, they prefer to kind of panic and enter the panicky mode and always like look for the best way, kind of assuming that this position is very dangerous, even if it's not, and then you turn to look for the best
possible
defense.
way, yeah.
And sometimes it's kind of the opposite. And here it's still kind of not easy to say, right? Because it's not one of those positions that you've learned at home.
Yeah.
Like when it's 3 versus 3 and the passed pawn on the other side and the rook behind. Like we all read the book and we all checked it. Here it's understandable, but this specific position I don't think ever was analyzed by Shirov or Vidit. Interestingly, remember I was saying Dmitry Yakovenko, and quite possibly Yakovenko would say, so here you go exactly king b7 because the other one loses because of that and that.
But no way, is it that much?
No, but sometimes, I remember him like impressing me generally with some knowledge of some position that you would not expect people to ever take a look at. Okay, so king went to d7, and that was, hang on, so what else can you do? I mean, this doesn't make any sense, right? Like it just goes h3, and the further you push the pawn, the more vulnerable it becomes, right? So, I think it's just a draw. Shirov still has time, of course.
And how much time does it have? Or does he have?
Okay, we don't have it on our screen, and some unofficial source says it's 20 minutes.
Okay.
So 20 minutes and 2.5 or 3 minutes for Vidit. Okay, we are trying to look at the clock, but the clock is designed in such a way that it's not very camera friendly.
It's 19 minutes,
19 minutes something,
So is there some way that...
let's try to find one single way that it works for white. I mean, we found one when the king was getting to b6, but there was too much of a help.
Okay, so he played king d4.
Played king d4. Not that black does something unusual, he still goes there, right? And doesn't, I mean, king you need to hide the king, right? So king e5, you've played king d4, you're kind of forced to go king d5, if not immediately on the next move.
Yeah.
You can try to do this, maybe?
And h2?
h2, rook d2. Can this ever be dangerous? No, it's not. Because it's king e6, and then next move, rook b1, right? You cannot go king c something.
Yeah.
Yeah. b6, rook b1. No, wait a second. That was embarrassing. b6, rook b1, black actually loses because of this silly check at the end, right? Rook h2, rook
yeah.
b6, and the check. Still, it's possible to go wrong, right? Just don't go king e7. Yeah, king e7 is better. King e7 is better. Still can't go to c file, so the b pawn is doomed. King e5 doesn't matter, rook b1. Yeah, king e7 is just a draw.
Okay, so this is the position. Oh, no. So he played rook c.
h3,
h3,
rook
c2,
c2, and
yeah.
black, I think it's enough for black to play h2, and perhaps the best try would be
king
this,
c5,
and
yeah.
then we said king c7, right? Not to let white to play king b6. King c7, and I don't see any way of making progress. Like e5, you are already free to go rook e1. h2, king e5, we've tried, yes? Or not really?
Let's say rook b1.
Rook b1, then
A bit
then
dangerous,
he actually
yeah,
gets to the kind of to the wrong side, right? No,
Or maybe just king e7.
I want to play king e7, right? But then he gives a check, cuts my king to the 8th rank. And then it's a draw.
Yeah.
Right? Because after this, I will have rook
b1.
b1. And after this, I will promote and win. Brilliant. Brilliant plan. Black is winning. If white gets too pushy, black is winning. All right. I mean, he's thinking he's down to seconds. The question is very simple. Is there any viable alternative to h2? So like what else do you play, basically? Like rook b1, king c5. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. King e6, maybe. Okay, king e6, d6, kind of trying to, not to allow the white king any further, but king e6, he does play king d6. Not convinced it's a great idea.
King d6.
King d6, what happens after e5 check now?
King e6.
King e6 and b6 I'm going. Are we sure it's a draw still?
No, why did he do this? So h2 we will go king c5, right? Or?
Yeah, I mean at least that was my point, to go king c5, king e5, right?
Yes, and but it might still be a draw.
King c6.
Yeah. Just king f4.
King f4, b7. Threatening b8 with a check, right? So it's one tempo short. Black is one tempo short.
But what about rook b1 here?
b7, rook b1. I'll take the pawn.
And how is that check?
It's completely winning. The king is too far, right?
Yeah.
Building the bridge, it's called.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
e5 check. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. You could make an argument for going back to d7, kind of forcing the pawn further and then still controlling this guy. Maybe this is what he wants, but still, it's
Yo, he went king
he
e6.
went king e6. I'm still not ready to claim that this is lost or
Yeah,
anything, but you know, it's getting, the margin becomes kind of tighter. So again, b6 to start.
But can black go rook b1 here?
He can play rook b1, king c5, but what then, right? Like takes and try to run to the pawn. Okay, this is a draw, right? I mean, I'm free to give the rook on the next.
Yes, of course.
So if white wanted something, he should go like that. Is he on time? He's not on time, yeah. I mean, I assume these checks don't really work.
Yeah.
So rook b3, king c6, king f4. And I'm supposed to have the pawn on b7, then I win with rook h3. And now I go b7, king g3, or rook takes b7. Yeah, so it's still a draw. Still a draw doesn't.
Still not the most convincing way.
Yeah, and also like the fact that he left himself with seconds and so on. It's really.
King is.
It's really, you know, shows. It really shows that he's nervous. There's also, check doesn't help because you won't be able to hide the king. Yeah, b6. b6 anyway, that's the only logical follow-up. That's the only logical follow-up. And we said rook b1 is good and h2 is kind of less good. How less good is h2? Wait a second. h2, I keep saying it's this, right? But maybe king d7 is actually fine. Maybe king d7 is still fine. No, he goes rook b1. Okay, rook b1 is good. Rook b1, white doesn't really have. Well, he kind of has this. But then...
I mean... h2 will be nice.
h2 and
so,
take on b6. Yeah, just go king e7. Yeah, go h2. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So the check doesn't really make any sense. And after king c5, we said just king e5 and run towards this pawn. Yeah, seems fair.
So he did give check on c6,
He does give
right?
a check on c6. Here we said king d7 is kind of king d7 works as well, right? King d7 to kind of make it even more forcing, and that's exactly what he does.
Guess he'll give check on d6.
Check on d6, king e7, yeah, and then everything's getting stuck. Because h2 is now a threat, so you have to play this, right? h2, you have to take h2, and then rook b6, and you don't even have to go for Philidor's position, it's already there, right? The rook is already on the 6th rank. But still, the way Philid was defending leaves, I would mildly suggest, leaves some room for improvement. But anyway, at the end, it will be a draw. Interestingly, with this glitch that this game was declared a draw after move 40, we've already summed it up, everything.
Yeah.
So the moment the game is finished, I consider our job to be finished. But while it's still in progress, perhaps it's a good time to remind our viewers that tomorrow is the free day.
Yes.
And we are very happy about it. Some chess players, I was told, will be playing football.
Yeah, I was also told.
There is some plan for a football match. Yeah. That's about it. So the Grand Prix tournament Belgrade returns the day after tomorrow, not tomorrow. On Sunday.
On
means,
Sunday,
right?
yes.
Yeah. On Sunday with rounds 5 and 6, and then there won't be any free days unless there is no tiebreak. Right?
Yes,
unless there is no tiebreak. Which for the group stage doesn't look likely.
Yeah, no, we will have it for sure.
Yeah, for the group stage, at least one group, there will be a tiebreak. For the semi-finals, okay, we don't know.
So can you make a prediction which groups we will have tiebreak?
All of them.
You think so?
No, I think Giri by that point is such a huge favorite, so he will qualify.
Yeah. I also think we will not have in D.
Like A and C look very
yes,
likely to
yes.
have. Yeah.
So he's still thinking.
Yeah, he's still thinking after King D7. Two options to go, three technically. Rook C7, Rook D6, or go to H6.
Okay, as you said, there is this Rook C7, King E6, Rook H7, so he should not fall for it.
H7. Well, actually, yeah.
So he has to go to 8th rank, or?
If he has to go to 8th rank, but that's fine, yeah?
Yeah, it should
White's,
be fine.
White's still not on time to play King C5 and grab the pawn. So B pawn is basically lost. I mean, that's the important part. So if Black takes the B pawn, it's a draw.
Yeah.
Right. So after Rook H7, you just take the B pawn. King C5, it's already H2. Yeah, so King D8 is perfectly fine, in fact. It's interesting.
No, this is a situation where Shiro doesn't really want to spend time, since he is the one having more time and he doesn't want to let Vidit think, but
yeah, but at least you, I mean, since you've reached this point, at least you kind of want to find one last trap,
yeah,
right?
exactly,
and
yes.
Apparently there isn't any. There isn't any. And some people are, they kind of act as, you know, he would go with this check and would imitate with his facial expression that, okay,
like
I'm basically
yeah.
giving up. Yeah, so that's one check, and now you go to E6 and I'll give you a check back and we repeat, right? I mean, there are cowards like that. Yeah, and does really King E6 just lose? That would be the question. So we go here, Rook B6, I'm on time to take the rook, right? H2 I'm taking and still on time to take the rook. Can Black actually do something? Because if it's white to move, I'm taking the H3 pawn if it's white to move, right? So like Rook B3 is needed of some sort. And then King B6, and here we go again, or maybe even at like a check and King B6. So
King C5,
H2,
yeah.
sorry, King C5, yeah. So H2 is no longer available. Yeah, I mean, you can lose this. Even if it's like a draw somehow, you certainly don't want to play it.
Yeah, of course.
Certainly don't want to play it. 13 minutes for Sheriff. Unofficial sources of information say Vidit is on like 50 seconds. Don't know if it's correct.
In 50 seconds?
50 seconds, yeah. But yeah, it doesn't matter. Once again, it's so strange. Like when it's a classical time control, we consider it to be like a terrible time trouble, less than a minute, right? I mean, I believe people like Nakamura, they would not lose this endgame in a bullet.
Yeah.
You know, where you have, I don't know, 30 seconds
yeah.
for the rest of the game, kind of. And I don't know what does it mean. It's like, is it that you tend to mobilize your resources when you're low on time, or just that our habit is such that, yeah, okay, let's. At least we have the increment nowadays, right?
Yeah.
Because I remember one bad thing that I've done in my career. Okay, bad, quote unquote bad. When it was still the mechanical clock. And I've got to some queens and pawns endgame, where my only advantage was like 20 minutes on the clock. But it's not like 1 against 21. I had half an hour, my opponent had 10 minutes. And I kept hovering around here and there. I mean, it was like 5 pawns each, equal position. I could speculate that like my king was tiny bit more active, so he cannot trade the queens. But it's kind of a dead draw. So I'm just offering, offering the queen trades and so on. And it lasted forever, and I won at the end. Yeah. So I mean, now at least you have an insurance of that.
So they did finish.
They did finish in a draw. Last moves being Rook H6, H2, take the pawn, take the pawn.
Yeah. So it doesn't change much, right? Yeah.
Doesn't change anything, pretty much. So we are, I guess we have, wait a second, we are waiting for live press conference with the players apparently, and
we have results.
We have the results, which are very easy to understand. All draws and MVL wins against Predcam, right? So sole leaders, MVL Pool D, half a point.
Anish Giri
1 full point, and then in pools A and C,
two leaders.
Joint lead, joint lead. And identical situation in a way, right? So the clear outsider, Shirov in pool C and Alexander Grishko in pool A. Then someone on 50%. Etienne Bakro in pool A with all the draws. Fedoseev with wins, losses, and well, let's look for some similarities or some curious facts. Vidit, it's his first draw.
It's his first draw, yeah.
Fedoseev used to be, and now Vidit is as well, the player with all three results.
Yeah.
So it's either way, it's like someone who haven't lost a game or haven't won a game. You know, some people in Group D only having draws.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now both Fedoseev and Vidit, they have like all three results on their list. Yeah, it's very important, of course, to analyze, but gentlemen, you can do so on a press conference. We are waiting for you. We are waiting for you.
So here we are. Here we have the standings, which we already said.
Yeah.
So
still, it all breaks down to 2 lost games after the free day, right? And so far, only Anish Giri
can rest tomorrow and enjoy.
Can rest tomorrow happily. For everyone else, it's a tense tournament. I mean, it's a tense tournament for Anish as well.
Yes, of course.
You can't say it's easy even if you have 1 point lead. I'm thinking, like, I don't remember if I have ever had an experience of catching up trailing by 1 point, but certainly have an experience letting it go leading by 1 point.
Yeah.
So, you know.
No, but it's easier when you still have to play with that person because you can basically decide in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like we say, Giri secure, right? But imagine like him and Nikita Vitigo draw their games with kind of other opponents. I don't even remember who has to play whom.
Yeah.
And then Nikita is white in the last game. Let's say he wins and they are equal and they are to play the tiebreak.
Yeah.
So might as well happen. So Anish, of course, cannot like fully relax.
So
yeah.
I don't know if we will have press conference.
We will.
We will,
right?
I
just got confirmed that we will. Okay, let me double check on that. And players, they probably know. They probably know it's a free day tomorrow, so why not to talk some chess?
Yeah.
Right? The game wasn't long enough. Yeah, by the way, Teodora, we are getting extremely lucky. So since that seems to be our kind of longest game, and it's only what, like 52, no, not 52, I don't remember.
Yeah, it was 55,
I mean, not too long.
Something like that.
Too
yeah,
long.
not too long.
Not too long.
For sure.
I'm trying to recall what was the longest. What was the longest in Berlin? I mean, certainly there was a day that lasted more than 5 hours, closer to 6 hours, right? So far, we haven't had those. Hopefully, we never will. Right, so players are gathering together for the press conference, and do you feel a bit tired?
Very tired, yes.
Very tired,
yes.
Yeah, interesting. And imagine, guys, we are not even playing the tournament and we are tired already. And we had a discussion, right? So that for the commentators, I mean, it's strange because on one hand, I mean, and you probably noticed by that point that most of the commentators, they are former chess players or present chess players, so we know a thing or two about how to play chess, right? And it's very interesting because one might say, okay, but you're talking nonsense, yeah, there is no pressure, which is right.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
so you are not responsible for your kind of decisions
Yeah.
and variations you are providing. You are responsible, but not as much as the player.
No, but it's
on the other
different.
hand,
Yeah, it's different kind of tiredness. I mean, you're jumping from one game to
a lot of involvement.
Yeah.
And I mean, for me, it's what? It's more than 10 years commentating.
Mhm.
Still kind of, you know,
Getting used to it.
romantic idealist. I want to make sense when I'm talking about chess. And that, of course, should have been gone by that time.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, and it does make it difficult. Yeah. Okay, so one more time. I repeat, see you guys day after tomorrow. Enjoy the press conference, and we are signing off till after tomorrow. Thank you.
See you.
Yeah, that's a wrong screen, guys.
After nearly 5 hours of play, the last game to finish in round 4 in the Grand Prix here in Belgrade is between Grandmasters Alexei Shiro and Vidit Gujarati. Thank you so much for joining us after such a long and tough game. I imagine you're both very tired. Alexei, do you want to start us off? What's your verdict on the game?
Well, okay. In the opening, I played some very old line, which is taking on e4, taking on e6, knight g5. I had the feeling that I analyzed it back in the 90s, and decision was that it was about equal. But okay, of course, nowadays chess theory is different to 90s. But I thought, okay, I thought white was not worse, so I could try it. Okay, and then in the game somehow it became pleasant. I was slightly better, but probably never more than slightly better. And yeah, in general, I think black defended well. Probably, yeah. Probably I did miss some clearer way to draw, because it looks like the position at some moment was very drawn, and then suddenly I get chance again. And then, yeah, somehow after first time control I got too relaxed. I thought my chances are very good, but then of course I didn't realize that after rook a3 it's not so easy still to improve my position, and okay, you need to calculate a lot of lines. And yeah, somehow maybe I was a bit tired, so I went for some immediate draw. But yeah, then after the game we discussed that I had some maybe some other possibilities, like it was very interesting to put my rook back to c4, get the same position, but with black to move, and actually it's not so easy to find the correct move. So it seems that at least I had some chances in the game. But okay, at the same time, my feeling is that it should be drawn with precise play.
Fair outcome. Yeah. Vidit, what do you make of this assessment?
Yeah, it's I agree completely. I thought that it was not slightly worse in the endgame. It was very much bad for me at some point. I misplayed for sure. I think there must be an easier way to hold, but I chose the most complicated one, and I underestimated that my king is cut off with this rook on c4, and it's very unpleasant. Yeah, I'm lucky to make a draw. I'm not very thrilled about my play, but can't complain with the result after the position I had.
Okay, it's 4 days, 4 tough rounds. Tomorrow is a rest day. I understand there's some football being played. Will you be going to will you be going to play football tomorrow?
Well, even when I was young, I didn't really play football, and now when I'm almost 50, that would be too much, I think.
Are you a football fan at least?
Well, I like to watch some good matches, but not a big fan.
Not a big fan, right? What about you, Vidit?
Yeah, I like to watch, but when it comes to playing, I'm more of a basketball or badminton kind of player.
What's your sport of choice, Alexei?
I do some individual sports like swimming, and do a lot of running and cross-country skiing in long time ago. But basically, I'm not a big sportsman.
So well, tonight you both need to rest. Thank you both so much. Thanks to the audience. This is the end of our show this evening. Tomorrow is rest day, and then on Sunday we continue with round 5 in Belgrade. Thank you and good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
Good night.